this time. Everyone will get the same amount of time to speak so that we can ensure everyone is treated equally. If you are a representative of an officially registered, recognized organization, and the item you wish to speak on is within the boundaries of your organization, you will be given 5 minutes. If it is outside of your boundaries, you will be given 10 minutes. 4, if you have a handout that you want the commission to see, you will need to leave copies because they become part of the legal record. 5, when commenting, speak clearly. Keep your comments on topic and brief. 6, questions asked during a public hearing will not be answered during the public hearing. Rather, the commission may ask the applicant or staff to answer questions after the public hearing is closed, or to ask city staff to follow up with you at a later time. We will go ahead and from the last meeting are not yet ready, so we will skip approval of the meeting minutes and move on to the report of the chair and vice chair. The chair has nothing to report.
Vice chair has nothing to report.
We will go to the report of the director.
Thank you. I don't have a lot tonight, just some update on city council actions. Last night during their formal meeting, they had a number of public hearings on matters that were before the planning commission. I don't believe they took action on any of those last night. They were mainly just hearing the public hearings. During the work session earlier in the day, they had a briefing on 2 zoning map amendments, and the addresses escape me right now, but they also had a briefing on the affordable housing incentives, that's really focused on homeownership options within those incentives. And they took some straw polls to make some changes to better promote homeownership in addition to rentals, utilizing those incentives. And they also had their briefing on the proposed subdivision updates, and they had no comments or questions really on that, just some clarifying types of questions, but that's scheduled to be adopted in December. So it seems like that, just a reminder, that's a state mandated update that has to be adopted by the end of January. So that's on schedule. And then they had a work session on an alley vacation that I wanted to give a little insight into. This is one that was before you a while ago. It's a new housing development where there's a current alley that's a T-shaped, and in exchange they're creating a mid-block walkway. And they are opening or providing a public vehicle access. This is off of 300 West, where access is really limited. They are providing a public vehicle access that actually goes through their parking garage and signing it. So it's kind of an interesting approach to that, and it seemed like the council was supportive of that. So those items will be scheduled for at later dates. Affordable housing incentives will have another briefing next week so they can discuss the enforcement side of that. So we'll keep you posted on how that plays out. Other than that, that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go ahead and move to the open forum. Any commissioners who have any business that they want to discuss?
Yeah, I'd like to bring up the issue of parking minimums. A number of cities have recently. So this is basically the practice of a zone, as most of you know, that requires a minimum number of parking, and it's, either per square foot or per units. And the reason a lot of cities have ended this practice is a couple reasons. One, it encourages auto-centric development because it sort of mandates that we set aside space that is only used for cars. The other concern is that it raises costs because in apartment buildings, it's really direct, right? The increase in housing costs is really direct with apartment buildings because you see this in kind of a one-to-one mapping when you mandate more parking than the market demands. In other parts of the city, it just basically means a lot of land is off limits for development because we set it aside for cars. And I want to make this clear that this is not suggesting we wouldn't have parking. You know, developers, they know what their tenants want. They know what, and business owners, obviously, they know that people are going to come to their businesses in cars. So they're going to put in some parking anyway. But the practice of mandating more than the market requires, I'm not sure this is consistent with two items we have on our agenda later tonight. One, we have our transportation master plan, and then we have our thriving in place, and both relate to both kind of other encouraging or at least allowing for other modes of transit as well as housing affordability. And so I just wanted to get the other commissioners' thoughts on, seeing all these cities like Lexington and San Jose, and now you've seen Austin most recently ending their practice of parking minimums. What other commissioners think of this?
So I have thoughts, which I generally do on these things. The map that was given to us from Commissioner Ghent showing the country and the various parking approaches that the cities take. I think the number one restriction was based on specific business districts. There was, I feel like, one in Oregon that was regional. So there's a lot of different tiers and ways to look at this. It's not like a blanket thought to deal with parking, but I have to say that I've been thinking about this for the last 2 weeks, given that you brought this up, and having been participating in community endeavors for 15 plus years, and working with developers on the community council and all that stuff. It was hammered into us that parking was driving up the cost of everything. Parking costs so much, and it does. I'm not disagreeing with that. But Salt Lake City has taken an approach for transit-oriented developments that in some cases have no parking requirements. And I have yet to see one development in those TOD zones that resulted. I mean, the developers are taking advantage of the reduction in parking, but I've yet to see one of those developments actually translate into less than market rate rent. So I feel like there's a missing component. Parking doesn't seem to be the sole driver of market rate rents, because we've relaxed it in many places and we don't have any affordable units in those TOD zones. So I think there's something else that's a component that's maybe it's out of our purview to address. But I also think the discussion solely related to parking is missing something big. And then I guess until I actually see a direct correlation of reducing parking to the point where it actually then translated into a reduction in the market rate rents that they were collecting, I would think about it in a different way. I'm not against being smart about our parking regulations and not over parking, and I'm probably one on here that hates surface parking just as much as you. I just think that's a terrible use of space. But there's something else going on, and I'm also very curious, as I've been doing a lot of reading. The number one price of developments tends to be the cost of the land. And that seems to be maybe one of the bigger drivers of then what translates into the rents that are happening. But I don't know that we've seen a direct correlation to reduced rents via reduced parking. I don't have it's not my final thought on it. That's just as I've been thinking this through and we have discussions about it. That's kind of where I'm trying to find that correlation and how this could actually benefit more affordability.
Mr. Chair, I I agree that parking is a central issue in urban development and that we should be very mindful of it. But we recently redid our parking ordinance, and I think that we need to give it a chance to work. In particular, I think that it's actually pretty innovative in that it defines parking areas not by zoning district, but by the actual development types that are expected in the neighborhood. And so it is innovative enough that I think we should give it a little bit of time. As Amy said, we don't have projects coming in here with anything like the minimum amount of parking that's required. They're always over the minimums that are required, and it's just so it's not a reasonable. I think it's not a reasonable thing to start messing with at this point in time.
Mr. Chair, there's I would like to consider that there are other considerations with decreasing car centricity of our cities besides just affordable housing. But as I've researched affordable housing, that's one of the things that can contribute to better affordable housing, I think. Other things like loosening up ADUs and also allowing different types of housing in different zoning districts. So I think it maybe is part of maybe it needs to be part of a whole thing, maybe. But yeah, it's true. We haven't seen a project that doesn't have any parking. We haven't seen a project that has like the maximum parking. Sometimes we run up against that, and then they ask for an exception to maximum parking, if you like. So like the market's not ready for it, but maybe if we just wait until it is, till we're not car centric anymore to do something about it, that will never happen.
Just to chime in, a couple thoughts. One, we've seen projects where it's binding. In particular, the CG zone. It seems like that is a really binding parking requirement. There is this Rutgers study that has very directly correlated lower rents with excess parking, with parking minimum. So there is very strong evidence on this, and it is you're absolutely right, Commissioner Barry. Land costs are the biggest contributor. Land and construction costs are the biggest challenges with building housing, with housing affordability more generally, not capital A deed restricted housing. But a lot of that is because so much of our land is being used for parking, that the land in centrally located areas. So I do think that the relationship's really tight. Yeah, there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of, we've had median renter incomes have not kept up with construction costs, right? There's a lot of reasons we have an affordability crisis, but one of them, we can't fix all of them, but do we have the ability to fix part of it?
Does the director have any input on whether the planning department, whether this is something the planning department wants to look at?
Well, I think because we recently adopted a new parking chapter, I would be hesitant to try to take on changes at this point in time, just because we have so many other things that we're working on. And when we add, that's a text change that on its face seems easy, but actually requires a lot of work behind the scenes. And particularly discussing that with business owners and property owners and the community as a whole, and understanding those impacts. And in areas, I'll just give some evidence around like the Central 9th neighborhood, where we have had projects built with no parking, except for when they have a certain number of units under federal law, they have to provide a certain, all ADA accessible dwellings that are required have to have parking. And so they've had limited parking that's dedicated to that. It has created some impacts. And I think you could argue whether they're good or bad, but those impacts are impacting those people who live in those neighborhoods and adjacent neighborhoods. And it creates more demand for on-street parking, because we haven't gotten to the point yet where those types of changes are resulting in lower automobile ownership rates, which really, I think, is one of those things that that gets to that point in some of the larger cities in the country where they do have lower ownership rates. So I would say we probably would not make it a priority at this point in time, because we do want to. Our preference is when we make code changes is to analyze those, see how they work, even if it's sometimes small tweaks to those, and then come back with those changes.
Thank you. I think at this point in time, it's probably not good to move ahead, but maybe in another year we can revisit this. But we'll go ahead and move on to one item of other business. We have a petition initiation. The Planning Commission will discuss a potential petition initiation related to design review standards in 21A.59. The Commission may vote to initiate a zoning text amendment. The request was presented by a member of the Planning Commission.
I guess I can maybe lead out on this, but this is a follow-up to several meetings ago when there was discussion about a specific design standard in 21A.59, and there was a request that we add this to the agenda for possible discussion and initiation. So that specific design standard deals with large building masses, and one of the substandards that identifies ways that those building masses can be divided up. In particular, it's standard D2, which reads, modulate the design of a larger building using a series of vertical or horizontal emphasis to equate with the scale of the buildings in context and reduce the visual width or height. And so I guess that was the specific ask. The commission has several options. You can initiate by motion and vote to make a modification of that. The specific ask at the time was to delete that specific standard. And so you don't necessarily need to be that specific in the motion. It would just be to modify that. I would say, as we've looked at the other standards, I think there are some very small changes to some of those that we might suggest be included in that. Mainly they deal with the way this is set up is that there's a kind of a larger standard. Those would be like the letter D, which I just read, and then the substandards. Some of these, the intent of those substandards was to provide a list of options, but the way some of these are written is that all of them would be required in order to comply, and we don't think that's the intent of all of them. So for example, under D, there's 4 different standards, and I think the intent of that was if someone can demonstrate they're doing one of those, that was the goal. Do one of those 4 things in order to justify that you're meeting D. And for example, we have some in the height section where people requesting extra height, where there's some zones like the CB zone where you can actually request 5 feet of height. The wording of that says any request for additional height requires a 10-foot step back for that top floor. And well, is that really necessary as a requirement for something where we're adding 5 feet? So I think we'd like to, if the commission is interested in initiating that, I think we would ask that that motion give us some leeway as to fix some of those other kind of more fine-tuning type of changes.
I will defer to Commissioner Scheer to discuss this further.
I'm ready to make a motion, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, unless people want to have a lot of discussion on this.
I want to have a discussion.
You want to have a discussion?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
God, too short for this place. So I would be in favor if the initiation of the petition was a little bit more broad and didn't didn't specify the deletion of that particular part of the code. And then we don't have to have a big discussion tonight. That would be an option in the future, but to get staff's review. So if you're open to that, I will be ready to hear your motion.
So I'm going to move that the Planning Commission ask the Planning Division to look into the design standards, particularly D2, 21A, whatever. Well, I can't remember the chapter. Can you imagine? I can't remember the chapter. 21A59, thank you. The design standards that deal with the mass of the building in general, and bring back to the commission a proposal that may modify those standards so that we do not get an over-articulation of the facades as we are now getting.
I'll second that.
We have a motion from Commissioner Scheer and a second from Commissioner Barry. Any discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and vote. Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten.
Yes.
Commissioner Santos Rivera.
Yes.
Commissioner Gent.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. That motion passes unanimously. We will go ahead and move on to our regular agenda. Our first item is the Yale Crest Princeton Heights Local Historic District, case number PLN HLC 2023-00044. And our planner is Lex Strauber.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members of the Commission. This is another request for a new local historic district known as the Yale Crest Princeton Heights Local Historic District. The proposed boundaries are on Princeton Avenue from 1323 to 15th East. Tonight we are asking that you hear this item. You've read the staff report, and we would ask that you forward a recommendation to approve this request onto the City Council. This is a map of the city's local historic districts. This district is down here in Yale Crest, approximately right there where my cursor is waving around. This is a map of the proposed district. This is a map of the proposed district in relation to a district that already exists, which is Harvard Heights, also Normandy Circle over here. And in September, you heard a request for the local historic district for Laird Heights. It's outlined there in orange. So the one that we're dealing with tonight is in pink. This is already a National Register district, the Yale Crest National Historic District. It's the highest concentration of period revival homes in Utah. In this proposed district, there are 43 homes, there are 45 properties, there are 2 very small vacant parcels. 42 of the 43 homes, 98% of the homes that are in the district are considered to be contributing, meaning that they have retained their historic attributes and they have not been changed such that they would not contribute to the historic fabric of that neighborhood. This is a very long process. It's a lot of work for an applicant to get this type of application together. There are many steps that they have to follow prior to even submitting an application. This application, I believe, was submitted towards the beginning of this year. Right now, we are in the stage, this is the current stage, we're having commission meetings, and the next stage would be a public support ballot. and each property gets one vote, whether or not they would like this to be a district. In your staff report, I've written a very long analysis of how this meets code. There are 5 standards for zoning map amendments, and that's what this is. The designation of a local historic district, from the Planning Commission's perspective, is an overlay zone, and that's why you're hearing this. The Landmark Commission heard this last week. They voted unanimously to forward a positive recommendation. So this matrix here that you see on the screen is also in your staff report, and this shows that it does comply with the 5 standards for zoning map amendments. And the first standard has to do with adopted city policies, and this request meets multiple policy documents that the city has adopted. I've included a discussion of 2 to 3 pages in your staff report how each one of these plans that you see on the screen supports the designation of local historic districts. So based on the analysis and findings in the staff report, it's planning staff's opinion that the proposed local historic district meets the applicable standards and therefore recommends that the Planning Commission forward to the City Council a recommendation to approve the request. That said, I have received at least a half a dozen public comments that have been included in your Dropbox today. I hope you've had an opportunity to look at those comments prior to the meeting. And I am happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Let's go ahead and have the applicant come forward. And go ahead and have a seat. It doesn't matter.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a real quick question? The planner can fix.
Go ahead.
The comment that's labeled Kearns, I can't read it in the format that it's in on the Dropbox. So if there's a way to fix that in the next couple minutes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, say that again. I didn't hear you.
The public comment that's labeled Kearns in the Dropbox is in a format that my thing won't open. So if there's another way for us to look at it, thank you.
I also have a question about what's in our Dropbox, because it seems to be the HLC staff report, not the Planning Commission staff report. And I know that there's probably not a lot of difference, but one thing that I don't see is the zoning analysis, and maybe I'm just not seeing it, that was referred to.
Go ahead, state your name for the record.
My name is Paula Harleen.
Check to see if the green light is on the microphone.
It's on.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You have to get really close to it.
Okay. I'm Paula Harleen, primary applicant for the proposed Yellcrest Princeton Heights LHD. I've taken courage from this quote from Plan Salt Lake. As our city grows, finding the right places to preserve the character is as important as finding the right places for growth to occur. This slideshow is in 2 parts. First, an overview of our process as a group of citizens seeking a local historic district designation for our street. And second, an overview of our understanding of our right to seek this designation based on city documents. My journey began in 2017, shortly after moving to Princeton Avenue, when I became concerned about homes in my area that were being demolished to make way for larger homes. I took this photo on one of my walks. Around this time, I met Amy Reed, who lives on Harvard on the next block over. If she had not bought this house in 2015, the backup offer was by someone who wanted to scrape the lot and build a bigger house. Amy led the effort to get an LHD designation on her street, and she became my mentor. I went to see the city planners who got me started on an LHD application for Princeton. I was full of enthusiasm, but during this time in 2018, I was still a full-time public high school English teacher. Even though I'd started talking to my neighbors about creating an LHD, I could see that I wouldn't have enough time to do the work. For example, from the time a citizen starts the process with planning and they send a letter to the homeowners, the applicant only has 3 months to gather all the petition signatures and write the detailed application text. I ended up telling the planning department that I didn't have enough time and would try again later. One important thing I learned from Amy Reed was to gather small neighbor groups together to talk about the possibility of getting an LHD designation. Since that time, I've probably had 15 small meetings at my house. One obstacle we had to overcome was the misinformation that had been spread a few years earlier. For example, some neighbors told me that they'd heard that with an LHD, there are only certain colors that you can paint your house. In 2021, I retired from teaching. By 2022, post-COVID, I'd hosted enough meetings and made enough neighbor friends to form a team. We opened another application and divided the block to get petition signatures. About 70% of our block signed, but 2 times we had to restart. We had to amend our application to include a house the planners wanted us to include, and we had to get petition signatures twice because the planners said that we'd started too early. Here is a table of contents for our application. You can see that it's basically a 24-page research paper. We relied on information from the 2005 Reconnaissance Level Survey done by a consultant who recommended Yale Crest for a National Register of Historic Places. Back to today. Soon, Princeton homeowners will each receive an anonymous ballot. We've been door to door and also collected email addresses to keep in contact with each other. Those neighbors who voiced strong support are in green. So this is like a little map that we used at our meetings to figure out who we needed to talk to still. I'm going to transition to, let's see, I'd like to transition to part 2, an overview of our understanding of our right to seek this designation based on city documents. Again, I'd like you to see a citizen's perspective, trying to maneuver city policies. Planning did a good job guiding us with our application, but I've spent a lot of time online reading city planning documents. To the best of my knowledge, these documents are still applicable. Salt Lake City adopted a community preservation plan in 2012. Preserve those areas that uniquely tell the story of the development of Salt Lake. Allow for regulation of exterior alterations. East Bench Master Plan. The initiative starts by saying the character of the neighborhoods defined by the streets, park strips, the types of homes, and the character of each individual property establishes the identity and make them desirable places to live. Note that the term neighborhood character is an architectural and structural term and not descriptive of the homeowners themselves. Let it be understood that we are not trying to keep anyone who wants to live here from living here. The East Bench is a mix of apartments, basement rentals, ADUs, duplexes, and single-family homes. At the second arrow, this initiative recommends using LHDs as a preservation tool. On the city's website, it states local historic districts are designated by the city to protect and maintain the historic character of neighborhoods. The website includes specifics about LHDs and refers specifically to residential neighborhoods. Historic preservation provides opportunities for residents and visitors to experience and learn about the importance of our past, as well as to live and work in surroundings that provide a sense of place, anchored by collections of older buildings, residential neighborhoods, commercial areas, and landscapes. Even the affordable housing incentives currently being studied by the City Council leave space for historic preservation and local historic districts. Planning staff understands that there are concerns regarding the potential demolition of historic resources. Some properties that are not currently designated as local historic districts could be designated. Text amendment related to the H Historic Preservation Overlay was amended last summer. Provide the means to protect and preserve areas of this city having historic, architectural, or cultural significance. And on the next page, it talks about local historic districts. And it defines them as, on the second page, the second page specifically refers to LHDs as geographically or thematically definable areas. So I'd like to take a minute to show you the historic sector that we are hoping to create. This is a map of the original Yale Crest subdivisions, all of which are on the National Register of Historic Places. In the bottom left, where the green arrow is, vertical stripes, you can see the original Normandy Heights subdivision, where almost all the houses were built in the 1920s and 30s. Princeton Avenue, my street, is the center street, rolling, curving, intersecting both Harvard to the north and Laird to the south, creating a geographically cohesive area. Harvard and Normandy Heights to the north have already been designated, and as you know, Laird is in the process. Of the 164 original Normandy Heights homes, including Uinta Heights, 96% are still contributing. Specifically, Yale Crest preservationists have told me that Princeton Avenue might be the last street in Yale Crest that has all original houses. We think this entire area, the original Normandy Heights subdivision, is a unique geographically and thematically definable historic sector that should work into the historic overlay. Finally, I'd like to finish with Plans Salt Lake. At the hearing that denied Laird Heights a recommendation, a commissioner said their application did not meet Plan SLC Goals 3, 4, and 5, if I understood correctly, which are circled here. In reference to number 3, according to the county assessor's website, in Yale Crest there are 61 duplexes, 16 ADUs, 118 rental houses, 1 triplex, 2 fourplexes, 1 sixplex, a 9-unit apartment building, and many basement rentals in the 1920s and 30s homes that have traditionally housed U of U students. Also, please know that there are families here. There are 23 children who live around me, and I know all of their names. Our response to number 4 is that we have a walkable neighborhood with our own grocery store, library, and 2 small commercial centers at 9th and 15th and 15th. I'm not sure how to respond to number 5, except that demolitions and new construction are a source of air pollution and toxic particulate matter that we don't want in our neighborhood. We think that guiding principles number 8 and number 9 fit our situation better. Number 8, Beautiful City, points out that the street trees are one of the city's greatest assets, and our street has mature landscaping and breathtaking 90 to 100-year-old trees. And number 7 states, reinforce and preserve neighborhood character and a strong sense of place. Guiding principle number 9, preservation. It refers to the preservation of historic homes and states, we recognize that preservation is an important component of community character and sense of place, in addition to more traditional historic preservation tools aimed at preservation of individual structures and sites. Salt Lake City offers tools geared towards stabilizing and preserving neighborhood and community character and identity. As our city grows, finding the right places to preserve the character is as important as finding the right place for growth to occur. Finally, the Plan Salt Lake in the matrix, and this is my last slide, has counted the number of historic districts in the metric and baseline columns, and in the 2040 target has set a goal to increase the number of protected structures and sites. In conclusion, we hope you understand better what has brought this group of citizens to seek an LHD designation, and we hope that you will recommend our application to the City Council.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Yeah, you specifically noticed the lovely trees, and I agree that they're wonderful part of urban design of our city. Are they protected in a landmark historic district?
The Landmark Commission can review site features, and anyone that removes a tree in the park strip is supposed to be getting a permit for those. So that would be like an exterior change to the property that would be under their purview on private or on public property.
If there's no further questions from the commission, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing.
Should I go ahead and return to my seat?
You can just go ahead and stay right there for the moment. Do we have anyone representing the community council that represents this area who'd like to speak? Go ahead and approach the microphone and state your name for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Jan Hemming. I'm the chair of the Oak Crest Neighborhood Council. My remarks will be brief. The question before the commission is, can Salt Lake successfully support two things? Accommodate growth with thousands of new apartments and conserve its historic past. One side of that question has been abundantly answered. 34,000 new apartment building permits were issued in Salt Lake County between 2011 and 2021, the majority in Salt Lake City. Another 18,000 units are expected by 2024, according to the Kem Gardner Policy Institute. Supporting growth is important, but it's also essential that Salt Lake has housing variety for everyone. That must include single-family homes and homeowners. Within that subset are a collection of historic homes, like those in Princeton Heights, that are architecturally rare and unique and aren't found anywhere else in Utah. Even voices within new urbanism are starting to say this. A 20-year veteran of global real estate development and a member of the Urban Land Institute in San Diego said those associated with urban planning have a, quote, social obligation to help preserve the legacy of a city and keep its heritage first and foremost in mind throughout the planning process. Emphasis on first and foremost. Historic single-family homes must not become endangered species. Accommodating growth and preserving the past should not be an either-or proposition. That's what Plan Salt Lake said, and you've heard it referenced tonight. A document guiding Salt Lake's future through 2040. A whole chapter is devoted to preservation. Who helped create that plan? Salt Lake Planning Director Nick Norris, the 2015 Planning Commission, the 2015 City Council, which included our now Mayor, Aaron Mendenhall. Let's follow their wise counsel and reach their stated goal to increase the number of protected structures and sites by 2040. A Princeton Heights LHD would help achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you. We've received a number of cards, so I will go ahead and go through those cards. The first one is Ralph Finlayson. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
I am Ralph Finlayson. May it please the commission. I have lived in the proposed local historic...
Can you get a little closer to the microphone
Yes.
so we can hear you better?
Thank you. I have lived in the proposed local historic district for more than 30 years. I am a retired lawyer after serving as a lawyer for the Utah legislature and then for decades as a lawyer in the office of the Utah Attorney General. As you know, the Utah Code Annotated authorizes cities to establish local historic districts. Salt Lake City government displays on the internet the following description of local historic districts. Local historic districts are designated by the city to protect and maintain the historic character of neighborhoods, also to retain the most significant or character-defining elements of a property. Salt Lake City has 14 local historic districts, all of which are listed on the National Register. Those are things you know, but I think are emphasizable. The Deseret News of April 10, 2010 includes a section titled Spaces and Utah Homes and Lifestyles. It's a beefy section like this. Two pages of that section pertain to our application for a local historic district designation. I have them, can I present these to the body? Can I approach the bench, or how? I'd like to.
Well,
good, thank you.
Thank you.
The first page of these 2 pages shows a photo of one house, my house, at 1361 Princeton Avenue, as a representative of the neighborhood, which it describes as one of the valley's oldest and most charming. Page 4 of the section, a portion of which I have attached as the second page, has a heading, Historic Neighborhood, one of the valley's most enduring and charming. It then summarizes the contribution of this neighborhood. The neighborhood combines the best attributes of Salt Lake City. It breathes in the youth and freshness of the University of Utah. It thrives off of the culture and diversity of downtown Salt Lake City. It has the down-to-earth feel of Sugar House, and it's located right amongst all 3.
That's 2 minutes.
May I have one more sentence?
Go ahead with one more sentence.
This neighborhood is not elitist, and I submit it clearly qualifies as a local historic district upon the vote of the homeowners. Thank you.
Suzanne Mitchell is the next card. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Suzanne Mitchell. I live at 1362 Princeton, and here's my why I care. I'm a social worker for 40 years. I've dedicated my life to uplifting victims of crime and mostly working with abused and battered children as the director of the Children's Justice Center. I care about social justice, and I care about this community. My brother lives in this city, and my nieces and nephews. How I got here, my grandfather was an immigrant. My father was an immigrant. My dad was in the military, lived in housing in different states that were cookie cutter. And finally, I came and went to the University of Utah, 2 streets down, lived in a basement apartment, rode my bike everywhere, wanted to be going up and down the streets of Harvard and Princeton and the neighboring streets because it felt so special. It had so much charm. And it was just calling to me. On my journey to learn about historic preservation and this effort to support what we're doing in our community, I came across the following information, which really made me feel good about what Salt Lake City has created. The Community Preservation Plan that was adopted in 2012, it's a 206-page document. I actually found it on a website in Madison, Wisconsin, posted on their planning and zoning department as an example of good city policy for preservation. And the highlight points that really stood out for me is the plan that aims to provide vision, policies, and actions that preserve the areas of the city that are uniquely historic and tell the story of our past spaces and structures. The plan sets priorities for preservation so it can be weighed and balanced against other goals and objectives of the city.
Thank you. That's 2 minutes.
Okay, my closing statement, it results in better protection and consistency and predictability. And look at this amazing building we're in right now. Somebody cared about it enough to retain it, and I think that's what this is all about.
Thank you. Next up, we have, I believe it's Emma Kearns. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Emily Kearns. I'm here today to speak as an individual to support this area's designation as a historic district. And I also, before I start, I'd like to, I submitted my comments and there was a format problem there. I wanted to cite my references in Plan Salt Lake, and so that's all that was, and so feel free to disregard.
We can see it now. We can see your comments
All right. So, I was disappointed to learn the decision of this council denying the designation of the Laird Historic District, and when you denied their application, you cited the Thrive in Place anti-gentrification policies and Plan Salt Lake, Articles 3 through 5. The guiding principles of Plan Salt Lake, first is neighborhoods. Second is growing responsibly while providing people with choices about where they want to live. The third is access to a wide variety of housing types for all income levels throughout the city. 5, 6, and 7 focus on clean air, protecting and minimizing the impact on the natural environment. This development was originally intended to help to be in an area with higher air quality. 8 is to maintain a beautiful city that is people-focused. 9 is maintaining places that provide a foundation for the city to affirm our past. 10, they're looking for vibrant, diverse, accessible artistic and cultural resources, equity, and 12 is a balanced economy that produces quality jobs and fosters an environment for commerce, local business, and industry to thrive. And for me as an individual, I've been in business with historical restoration for 33 years, and these are good, diverse jobs.
Thank you. That's 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Virginia Lee. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and we'll have 2 minutes.
Virginia Lee, I'm here representing the title owner of the home in which I have lived for 43 years. I have an equitable interest in the house. 47 years ago, I was a law student and found an ad in the Chronicle for a basement apartment on Princeton, and I went to look at it, and I fell in love with the neighborhood. When I graduated from law school in 1979, I met my husband, actually in 1978. He lived on Princeton Avenue. He had been there since 1968. And I can honestly say that I fell in love with him and his house. I want to commend the commission and the division, the planning and the intense level of requirements that you guys have created for a local historic district. I also want to commend Paula and her inspirations and the neighbors who worked with her for completing the arduous process that I have learned most about this evening. You guys have already indicated that you're going to recommend it to the Salt Lake City Council for approval, and I want to thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lynn Pershing. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Lynn K. Pershing. I strongly support the designation of Princeton Heights as a local historic district. It is listed on the National Register of Historic Places It contains 43 homes primarily built in the 20s and the 30s with exquisite examples of architectural styles not found in such a cohesive area anywhere else in the city. While Yalecrest has generally lost 59 historically contributing homes to date, Princeton Heights LHD remains uniquely intact with 98% historically contributing structures. Interest in the LHD designation is very high amongst the property owners. 67% of them signed the initiation petition, which is twofold greater than that 33% required by the city process. Designation of Princeton Heights as an LHD is consistent with multiple city preservation goals. Plan Salt Lake 2015 has a special chapter 9 that's dedicated to historic preservation of neighborhoods to help maintain a sense of place. The East Bench Master Plan of 1987 and 2017 specifically supports the preservation of the Yalecrest neighborhood. And the Community Preservation Plan of 2012's mission statement is to protect and preserve areas of the city and individual structures having historic, architectural, or cultural significance, and further to encourage social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Designation of Princeton LHD is also consistent with city sustainability policies, both the zero waste landfill policy and reduction of CO2 emissions associated with air pollution and climate change, both of which are dramatically decreased in historic contributing neighborhoods, but multiply increased with new construction with emitted CO2 from materials. I encourage you to approve Princeton Heights LHD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Cindy Cromer. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
At your meeting on September 13th, you voted to send a negative recommendation to the City Council regarding the proposed historic district for Laird Heights, citing the need for more housing based on Housing Salt Lake, Thriving in Place, and Plan Salt Lake. This afternoon, I sent you to your Dropbox the data generated by the Mayor's Task Force on Affordable Housing. The finding was that additional density was unlikely in high-value, low-density neighborhoods such as Yalecrest. You had those data for the April 26th hearing on affordable housing. It's clear to me as a small-scale investor that allowing demolitions in a neighborhood such as Yalecrest will result in even larger, more expensive single-family residences, which exclude even more of Salt Lake City's residents. My own view is consistent with the data generated by the developers on the task force and with the demolitions which have already occurred in the Yalecrest neighborhood. In addition to the data generated by the task force, I see shortcomings of the planning documents used in the motion on Laird Heights. I think those have been largely covered by other speakers, and I will fast forward through those, but Thriving in Place is an anti-displacement plan focusing on renters. It certainly should not be used to justify the replacement of expensive housing with even more expensive housing. So I'll skip through Housing Salt Lake and Plan Salt Lake because you've already seen this data. I'm hoping that the City Council will consider both Laird and Princeton Heights proposals at the same time. That would mean that both achieve the number of favorable votes required by the state, and that I wouldn't have to repeat myself regarding the relevant adopted plans and the available data from the Mayor's Task Force on Affordable Housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Soraya Toronto, I believe. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Soraya Toronto. I live at 1465 Princeton Avenue. When I was 10 years old, my family moved to Mexico City for my father's job. He was an FBI agent. And I remember soon after arriving reading a book about Mexico City's first inhabitants, the Aztecs, and being fascinated by the origins of the city. They knew the place to build their city, Tenochtitlan, because they saw a promised sign of an eagle eating a rattlesnake while sitting atop a prickly pear cactus in the middle of a lake. And as an adult, it's fascinating to me that as a 10-year-old, I could grasp that there was something so vital and enduring about the origins and the long 700-year history of the great city I had just begun to call home. Mexico City's origin story is so enduring, in fact, that you will still see that eagle eating a rattlesnake from the top of prickly pear cactus on the Mexican flag. So what does this have to do with Salt Lake City in 2023? To me, the link is the delicate balance between the foundation of a city's rich past and the promise of its vibrant future. Both are important, and striking the right balance isn't a simple matter. As you all know, ignoring one or the other is not the answer. My family feels so happy to have moved to Salt Lake City 7 years ago and to have found a place to live that is not only steeped in history, including my own family's. As it turns out, I learned when we moved here, my great-grandfather Albert Toronto built a number of homes in the 1700 block of Princeton, just a couple of blocks away from where I live. But we also found a neighborhood to be extremely walkable, vibrant, filled with character, and very accessible to the arts, culture, and other elements of good living that Salt Lake has to offer in abundance. I have been lucky as an adult to have lived in other great cities of the world in addition to Mexico City. That includes New York, Moscow, Dublin, and Brussels. And I can attest that these cities are great because, and other cities are great because of the people who live there, what they do, and their visions for the future, and also because of the past that is captured and incorporated into the present. And I urge you to forward a recommendation to the City Council to approve this proposal because this gives us an opportunity to preserve the past and contribute to Salt Lake City's great future.
Thank you. Our final card is Jessica Gayun. State your name for the record and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Gwynn. For the last 15 years, I have been a volunteer at the Road Home Shelter. For the past 6 years, I have been an affordable housing advocate for refugee families in Salt Lake City. And I am also a resident of Princeton Avenue. This is my house. I grabbed it off the wall on my way out the door tonight. It was built in 1917. The first family to live there was the Kelly family. They lived there through the Great Depression and World War II, through weddings and grandchildren's and premature deaths and sicknesses and all of the events that make up our lives. And I think of them as I'm going through my own experiences in this life. And this house and the 100-year-old elm tree in my front yard remind me that my life is part of a much bigger picture. And that whatever things we struggle with today, we can be resilient like they were, and we can have hope that life goes on. This structure and the one that we're standing in tonight remind me that historic preservation and caring for one another don't have to be mutually exclusive. I watch my neighbors care for elderly parents in their homes, rent rooms in their homes to young college students, and live as multi-generational families. In my own home, we've hosted foster children, foreign exchange students, people who can't quite afford their own homes yet, homeless people, and the mentally ill. I argue that preserving historic structures can add to the fabric of a city, a vibrant living city where history teaches us lessons about how to care for one another in the present. And I urge you to please approve of this neighbor-led effort to preserve the homes that are the legacy of the past that can inform how we can care for each other today.
Thank you. That's all of the cards that we've received. Would anyone else like to step up and give public comment? State your name for the record and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is David Nielsen. I live at 1401 Princeton. I've been in the neighborhood since 2010. And in 2019, I resigned from my employment. And my wife, who owns a local business, a real estate company, discovered that this particular home was likely to be scooped up and scraped. And it just was a devastating thought. And we decided to buy this dilapidated house. It has or had an original boiler from 1927. It was a coal chute where you actually shovel coal into it. It has 48 leaded pane windows, all rolled glass, original, but the house was in such disarray that it really wasn't worth our time and money to renovate it, but for our love of the neighborhood. I mean, I think you've heard it. 59 homes we've lost in Yellowcrest, but we've lost none on Princeton. Like, that's not statistically an anomaly that should happen. The people that live on this street want to preserve the houses. And I think we're just pretty average folk. I drive a white truck. I've got a son and a daughter in the Navy and in the Air Force. We're just normal people. We have an Army doctor down the street. We had a retired Air Force. He just moved. Probably the most famous person on Princeton, honestly, is George. He was a baseball player in the 1970s, played for 2 years, and we hear about it all the time. And then he came and worked for Salt Lake City School Districts. I don't know how many teachers we have that live on the street, public teachers that live on the street. It's a labor of love to do these homes. And I don't think any of us are walking around with dollar bills hanging out our shoes. But we're putting our money into these homes because this street matters. And I want you to feel that. And this Sunday, we're having our 4th annual Pie Night at my house. And all of you are welcome. So you can feel what I'm talking about if you're not sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to give public comment? Seeing no one, have we received any emails since we started the meeting? No emails. We will go ahead and close the public hearing then and bring it back to the commission for discussion and a motion.
Well, Mr. Chair, can I just make a quick comment? There was a comment just before we started the public hearing from a commissioner about the Dropbox. And apparently we were having some issues with the Dropbox being updated. That should be corrected. So everybody should see the planning commit the right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, have we closed the public hearing?
Yes, we have.
All right. My perspective, in Plan Salt Lake Clean Air, that's my main concern and why I think local historic districts are very hard to make consistent with clean air. We're adding about 2 million people in the next 30 years to the Wasatch Front. If you've driven down the I-15, the development is all the way from Spanish Fork to Nephi now. And it's because we don't have the density we need in centrally located cities like the Salt Lakes, the Sandys, the Drapers, the Taylorsville. And anything that makes it more difficult to add density, we already have consistently worse air quality on winter days than Chinese manufacturing cities. That's where we're at. If the EPA regulated daily instead of annual air quality, the state would have to take action. The only way this is allowed to go on right now is because the EPA only regulates annual particulate level. And so I just don't see how we add 2 million people in the next 30 years if we don't add a whole lot more density to Salt Lake. And that's why I can't see anything that makes density more difficult as consistent with Plan Salt Lake.
Can I respond to that? Or is this a discussion among you?
Go ahead and have you respond to that.
In combing through the city records, it said that transportation or mobile, I think it's called, air pollution is decreasing and that actually one of the growing sources of air pollution is construction. And it gives guidelines to contractors for notifying the city, about what kinds of air pollution they're going to put into the air. In addition, I referred to the demolition of housing. I've looked at academic articles that show that like lead in older homes from lead paint, those particulate matter is dangerous to children, and they recommend that children stay like 400 feet away or something like that. So that's just what I would offer about air pollution.
Yeah, I wouldn't dispute it, but half of our inversion is cars, half of it. And if you're driving from Santaquin to downtown Salt Lake, that's a problem.
There's also tracks.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I have a question for the applicant and for the Yale-Crest members, which thank you for all your very thoughtful work, and I particularly appreciate the applicant's work in combing through all of the applicable statutes. It brings to mind to all of us how many there are that have to do with this kind of topic, and how, in fact, they sometimes conflict with each other. A little bit of what Commissioner Ghent is kind of referring to. I have a question. Number one, it's on Princeton. How many of the houses are dilapidated?
None.
Okay, thank you. And then how many are in danger of being scraped because of their dilapidation?
Oh, none.
Okay. And how many historic districts are on the west side of town?
I would like to address that.
Yeah.
I feel that the process, and this is not necessarily for the commission to decide, maybe the planners, maybe, I don't know. This is not an equitable process to create a local historic district. I had to wait until I was retired. I happened to be able to write and present and research so I could do this. It's not really fair to other neighborhoods. And if there's one thing that always comes out in our meetings is we would like to serve as mentors, just as Amy Reed served as a mentor for me. Every single neighborhood in this city is important, and it has at least one block or area of it that should be preserved as part of our history.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Well, I would like to add to this conversation. First off, thank you so much. We do read every single comment that you all make, and we do pay special attention, as well as everyone who is here making your voices heard. I think this is a very unique neighborhood. There's no question about it, right? It's beautiful. I remember a conversation that we have with Commissioner Scheer and Barry, who expressed the beauty of the trees. I remember that conversation we had maybe a month or so ago. And this neighborhood is gorgeous. I mean, it has colonial revival, post-war, architecture, English two-door. I mean, it's there, right? It's gorgeous. And I think that this really speaks about the spirit of people coming together, in a very microscopic level, and just, recognizing the past, right? That's what this does. And then kind of engaging in a common consensus of what the future would look like for that neighborhood. So I think it's important to, first off, acknowledge that, because it's a lot of effort. I think that the whole city is just growing tremendously, and there's a lot of buzzwords out there like affordable housing and air pollution and all these things. As a professional working with Utah hazard mitigation plans and things like that before, we have seen a decrease in it. Well, I guess it's not like the best, right? But we have seen a decrease. And you're not wrong. The applicant is not wrong. Construction is a big polluter around the United States, and not an exception here in Utah. And then the number one is vehicle usage. That's 43% of all account emissions in the whole state. But, then on the other side of things is perhaps another way to this is actually preserve these neighborhoods so that 2 million people in 2 years are not here, so that they can pollute more, and then they can have all of these cars, and we have a very unsustainable future. That is a hard conversation to have. It really is, because I do want growth, but everyone can agree in this committee and in this commission that everyone wants a sustainable growth. So I don't think one discards the other. I think that community council is right on that. I think there is a huge contributions for the notes of this specific neighborhood, because I know there's other conversations that happened before this, but this specific street is completely different. There is a cohesive element of what the staff mentioned as contributing to the historic elements to it, and I think that's something that we need to acknowledge in this body. And I just wanted to add this as my part of my discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, so I have a few things to add. Well, first of all, I want to commend the whole neighborhood, but especially you. I think any LHD is run by, it is spurred by that one person who can put it all together. And I appreciate your comments about the inequity of the process. I think that the city is in a hard place in those things because of the state coming in and making other specific rules. So it's not, I don't know that the city has tried to make it onerous, but sometimes we get tossed a lot of rules by the state that then we have to figure out how to deal with. And historic districts was a hot issue there for a while. I will state that this applicant, along with the previous applicant, and I was very much in support of that application as well, has met all of the components that the city has put out. So they have met all of those hurdles, all of those guidelines. They have done everything that the city asks for this process, and then it goes back in an anonymous ballot to the residents in which they vote. So I don't see how we could possibly state a negative recommendation given that they have met all the requirements. But I also want to take an issue with transportation and air pollution. And I live not that far from here. I live right near Westminster College. And I am, stuck with all of the business district, construction, et cetera, et cetera. And when I first got involved in community stuff, it was because I wanted to know what was going on, because so much was starting to happen right by my house. And one thing I've realized over the 15 plus years that I've been paying attention and being involved, I had one of those moments where I had an epiphany, and it came from the Wasatch Front Regional Council. And they have a lot of data on their website related to transportation and air pollution and developments. And I came to realize that there are places for massive density. And it turns out my neighborhood is really good for that, as much as maybe I didn't want to admit it. But the part that connects to air pollution and saving open space and that is concentrating those massive density efforts into specific areas where it makes sense. We actually reduce air pollution. So having density opportunities in neighborhoods with LHDs is still there. They still can do ADUs. They still can have basement apartments. But to suggest that and those outlying neighborhoods, especially ones in that area, are going to then, without an LHD, promote higher levels of density and affordability, the data doesn't support that. And in fact, if we continue to spread, or if we look at spreading higher degrees of density in areas where it's not as supported, say as like in the Sugar House Business District, we actually increase air pollution, which I agree. The shutdown after COVID showed us cars is really what's doing it. But if we want to be smart about how we tackle density, because we need it, I think Salt Lake City is leading the way in promoting that density in the places where it really makes sense, that can handle it, that actually reduce the amount of car traffic, because it's centered around, like in Sugar House, freeway access, fixed transit, bus. And let's not talk about the road construction. That's a different story. But if we continue those types of approaches in Salt Lake City, I think we're doing really good. But we don't get to control the Sandys, the Drapers, the Lehighs. I wish we could, because I have to drive around that area for work, and it's tough. So I feel like a local historic district is not the antithesis of what we're dealing with when we're talking about pollution. And we all know that the greenest building is the one that's standing. So I'm highly in favor of that. And I don't really see how we could forward a negative recommendation, because they've met all of the guidelines and all of the obstacles and all of the steps that the city has laid out for that. And it is certainly not the fault of any one neighborhood that they're promoting a local historic district in the absence of a different neighborhood that hasn't done it. I think we can look at the process for that, not necessarily penalize somebody who has been able to take that on. And then finally, I totally want the address of where that party is on Sunday. Well, I will walk there because I can't drive anywhere anyway. Thank you all. Thanks for that last bit.
I'm in favor of this proposal. Thank you. But I also would be remiss if I did not point out there was not just inequity in the process. There is also inequity in the history. In our next presentation, we have a very clear map of redlining that took place in the early 20th century up until 1950s. This neighborhood survives in its glory, was built in its glory because it could get the loans that other neighborhoods in the city could not. So I applaud you for the activity that you have done here and the preservation and the efforts that you have worked on, but I think we also have to recognize that there are inequities built into the very city plan that we have.
Mr. Chair, if there's no more discussion, I'll do a motion.
Looks like I want to say something. I think the thing to consider is that there's been a lot of talk today about how local historic districts are legal. They're supported by Salt Lake City's rules. They're part of the future plans. There should be an increase in protected units, and this is a good, really good proposal and a really good presentation. But also, the stack of homes is behind it, right? Like the buildings that are there they meet all the requirements. I think that we need to accept that local historic districts are supported and allowed by the city, and that this particular application, because of the physical attributes of this street and the houses, the buildings that are on this street and the trees, it meets all of the requirements in that Chapter 9 of Plan Salt Lake City. So I'm really in support of it too, and I think our decision tonight is not whether or not local historic districts should exist. It's whether this one meets the rules for designating one.
Go ahead.
Did you want to speak?
No, just go ahead.
Okay. I also want to point out that the Planning Commission is merely making a recommendation to the City Council. City Council, even on the previous petition, is the ultimate decider. So your journey doesn't end here. The previous applicant's journey didn't end with us either. So please keep that in mind. Okay, based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission forward a recommendation to adopt this zoning map amendment to the city council.
May I, may I do?
I'll second.
Thank you. May I do a friendly addition to the motion? A
Friendly amendment?
Thank you.
Let's hear it.
All right, so I'm just going to add to it some of the framework, if you don't mind. Whereas the Yellowcrest neighborhood embodies the spirit and guiding principle and is not only a vibrant community, but also a historic treasure that has contributed significantly to the cultural and architectural heritage of Salt Lake City. And whereas the proposed designated Yellowcrest as a historic district aligns with the Principle 9 of Plan Salt Lake, aiming to maintain places that provide a foundation for the city to affirm its past, acknowledging the historic significance and architectural beauty of its neighborhood. And where it aligns with Principle 10, that it celebrates and preserves the artistic and cultural resources that showcases the community's commitment to a strong creative culture. And Principle 8, where it's created to where it's committed to create a beautiful, people-focused urban environment as envisioned in Principle 8. And last one is the designation would help preserve the neighborhood's unique character, enhancing the community's well-being, and contribute to the vibrant and people-focused city that values its history, environment, and cultural heritage. I just want to add those. Thank you.
I will accept that. It's much more eloquent than I did. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Berry, and was our second from Commissioner Burrows? No. Oh, Commissioner Scheer. Okay. We will go ahead and take a vote on this. Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitton.
No.
Commissioner Santos Rivera.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
No. Commissioner
Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Gent.
No.
And the chair will vote yes. The motion passes with 5 yes votes and 3 no votes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very happy.
We are going to take a 10-minute break. The chair needs to visit the restroom, as do many members of the commission. So we will reconvene at 7:17. The next item on the agenda is plan update for citywide transportation plan, formerly transportation master plan. And I am not seeing a case number on the agenda. So we will go ahead and have our planner, Joe Taylor, do the presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks to the Commission for having me back. This is, as the Chairman said, an update of our citywide transportation plan. When I was last before this body, we were referring to it as the Transportation Master Plan. We have been asked by the Mayor's Office of Equity and Inclusion not to use the word master plan, which is something that we are happy to adopt. And I will come before you as a humble city servant with no offer of pie, so hopefully that is acceptable. Go through a quick recap. This is an engagement-driven plan. We really were out in the communities in 2 big rounds. It is rooted in the values, both created in or listed in Plan Salt Lake and also in the values that we heard from the community about what they value in their transportation network. Most transportation master plans or citywide plans regionally are basically a laundry list of infrastructure projects. This is not a list of infrastructure projects. It's essentially a framework for imbuing all of our transportation projects with the values that we list in the plan. The last document was from 1993. We hope that this is a 20-year vision for the city's roadway and the transportation division. So I was before this body just about a year ago in October of 22. If you were here for that presentation, there should be really no surprises in this document. We had completed our 2 engagement periods at that point. The first was to derive the values, and the second was to look at policy that might achieve those values. Between that presentation and now, we met with representatives from all of the city divisions and drafted the plan. And I've listed some comments that I got from this body that I believe we have incorporated into the document. So, like I said, it's a vision for the transportation roadway network in the city. It has a little bit of information about essentially the state of what's going on our roadways now. Talks about the community engagement that we did, lists the values. The key moves are essentially the policy framework that we hope to have as the driving factor of the transportation division, and then a little bit on achieving the vision that we've laid out. This document is all online. I'm not going to read verbatim for you the vision. You know, it's easy to get to on our website, but I'll put it up here so you can look at it. The getting around SLC portion of the document, you know, it basically just talks about what's happening in terms of safety, mode split, and trends and challenges in transportation. You know, I think as transportation planners and professionals, we can clearly say that our roadways are not as safe as we'd like them to be. The mode split isn't what we'd like it to be, and that we do face a lot of challenges. So, community engagement. Initially, we formed a community advisory council, and Chairman Christensen has given me permission to out him as a member of that community advisory council. It was 9 representatives of Salt Lake City. They were paid for their time, and they were brought on not only for their expertise, but also to give us access to their various networks that we don't really have, you know, a lot of success accessing as city staff. The first phase was an interesting period of engagement because it was right at the height of the pandemic. So we had to kind of scrap a lot of what we had written out in the scope of the plan. Nobody was leaving their houses. But it was essentially to just get what people valued in the transportation network. A lot of that was online, but we also showed up at a lot of the city-run vaccine clinics at Westside Elementary Schools. So you know, I thought that was an interesting pivot, and shout out to our civic engagement team for really showing up for us there. And then the second phase was just coming back with those values and saying, well, here's kind of a list of policy moves that you could make to help achieve those values. We were able to do a lot more of the stuff that we wanted to do, be in schools, be in homeless shelters, be out at community events, that sort of thing. So these are the values that we heard from the community that they would like to see. And I will, as I'm proud of it, point out that this is us out in the Gail Miller Resource Center. But people said that they valued, equity, health and safety, reliability, affordability, and sustainability in how they get around Salt Lake City. So all the key moves in the plan are basically trying to make it so we as a division can imbue everything we do with those 5 values. The first move is about engagement. Commissioner Scheer pointed out in the last presentation the redlining in Salt Lake City. That redlining, if you look at that map, which I believe is in the document, it really is, a lot of those red lines are west of the railroad tracks. And then that was reinforced by the interstate freeway. So as transportation professionals, as we engage with the community, a lot of those communities inherently distrust. And that's something that we have to recognize and really help to, sort of assuage. But that distrust is something they come by very honestly. And it's because of the lasting impacts of the existing transportation infrastructure. So we don't want to count anybody out. Our roadways are for everybody and affect everybody, but kind of balancing that, mismatch of people who trust us and feel empowered to engage with us and sort of weighting those communities that don't. That's something that I think we are a long way from having solved, right? But we did a lot of stuff in this plan that I think worked really well. And we just want to take that momentum and continue to learn and do better. So that's what a lot of that key move is about. Hopefully this is a deeply uncontroversial move. We don't want anybody to die on our roadways due to traffic. Vision Zero is something that has been adopted by our mayor. It is a fairly proven recipe for getting rid of traffic deaths on our roadways. And, there are cities, comparable cities in the US who have adopted this and eliminated traffic deaths from their roadways. So going through that whole Vision Zero process is something that we're already doing, but it's something we wanted to enshrine in the plan because, there's really no reason for people to be dying in traffic accidents on our streets. We really want to make active mobility, be that walking, cycling, scooting, whatever it is, safe, convenient, comfortable, fun. And so this is really building on our pedestrian and bicycle master plan, which lays out the specific network. But this is just sort of like, what can we tweak as we do our projects to make things feel safer, feel more comfortable, and feel like, perhaps the default option in our right-of-way, which is a large piece of property in most instances, is not necessarily always for fast-moving vehicles. Transit-friendly neighborhoods, again, we have an adopted transit master plan, which goes a really long way in laying out route-specific, the network that we want to see for transit in the city. This is more about looking at, okay, as the managers of the curb space and the street network, how do we make buses and trains, have less impediment to being reliable? And also, how do we make those spaces for getting on and off of transit more comfortable to wait at, more friendly, more accessible to people who may feel unsafe currently? Healing the east-west divide. This is something, I talked a little bit about redlining being reinforced by the interstate freeway and the railroad. This is something that I think we care a lot about, and it's also something that there's a lot going on in our division, and also just more broadly citizen-led initiatives. We were recently awarded a federal highways grant to sort of examine this problem, and if this body is interested, I think that would probably merit its own agenda item, and we would love to come update you on that. But in our work in this plan, and also in a number of other things that we've done as a division, it's really clear that the single biggest transportation problem in the city is this divide between the east and west sides of the city. And it's a problem that, is created by transportation infrastructure, trains and freeways. And so we feel it's incumbent on us as transportation professionals to not solve it, but empower the community to help us understand how to solve it. Low emissions mobility. This is a lot about basically how do we sort of manage our curb space, manage our parking supply, take sort of the street infrastructure and make it so that different options have the space and the real estate they need to exist in a way that maybe in the more denser part of the cities, the parking your single occupant car isn't the default option, right? Sort of expanding the curb real estate to allow for things like transit or rideshare or whatever they may be. Places for People is a lot about how we work with development to sort of take advantage of that changing streetscape to get what we want in terms of the roadway. Leveraging private investment, but also creating a more connected network. We have really, really long, wide blocks. And so just looking at that as where it makes sense to maybe cut those up so that it's more comfortable to be on the street outside of your car. Complete streets, I think, generally people think of complete streets as you're allowing space for all modes of travel, and obviously that's very important. What we did here is thinking of that more broadly and just ensuring that all interested entities, be they utilities, people concerned with stormwater, can participate in our project process at the right time to ensure that we're addressing sustainability's concerns, public utilities concerns, making sure just that the city process for delivering transportation projects is more holistic and addresses everyone's concern. And yeah, that's what's in the meat of the plan. Hopefully, it's been up online for a long time. Hopefully you've all had a chance to read it, and yeah.
Any questions for Joe?
I have a question. So thanks so much for all your work with the Transportation Division as well as on this particular report. I have particular concerns about crossings of the state-owned roads, and I just want to put something out there. I've seen children without adults trying to get across State Street, and they have the light, but it just I've like in my mind I've seen them get hit, and it's just they didn't actually get hit. It's just it's like a scene that keeps playing out in my mind because I don't think there's a way of making those crossings safe without an overpass. And so hear me out. What I know the Department of Transportation is not keen on anything that slows down traffic on State or 700, and I understand their rationale. We do need main corridors that are good for cars. That's where we want the cars to be. Great. How would they feel about an overpass, particularly at 900, so that we can make that safer for pedestrians? I mean, it's an issue for adults too, but it's especially an issue for kids. First of all, what was that sort of overpass cost? And, is that something you think, particularly with the 9 line, and the other one I'm worried about is 1700 with the school there, with 700 East, that's a particular concern for me. Is this like an absolute non-starter with DOT, or is this like, they might talk about it?
So I'll start off by saying I take my kids across 7th East, which is the state highway, to Liberty Park almost weekly, so I absolutely share your concern. And second, I will state that I can't speak for UDOT, right? That said, they are at least willing to have conversations. They do manage their own state highways, and I can probably not lay out all of the state highways, but Redwood, 7th, Foothill, 4th South, State Street, probably didn't get them all, but those are state highways, and so they're controlled by UDOT. I know that other folks in our division are doing a project on Foothill where they're considering at least undercrossings. And then, Life on State which is a more broad, it's not just us and UDOT, they have looked at bulbing out intersections. So I think, right, narrowing the crossings. It is more and more a part of the conversation, which is really heartening for us because, you know, as a regular citizen, you don't think to yourself, oh, I'm on a state highway now, right? You're just on 7th East or you know, Redwood or whatever. But yeah, we also, you know, it's also fairly clear that we can't tell them what to do on their own roadways. We just try and be a partner because they're operating in our city as well as the rest of the state.
Do they have, like, how does one communicate with UDOT about, like, who is in a position to influence UDOT? Like, I'm like, it's an honest question because I worry about this with some of the university-owned roads. Like, would the trustees have influence over UDOT? Like, does anybody have any way of contacting UDOT in a way they might listen?
Yeah, so they're not a monolith, and their central planning office, I think, is in line with a lot of this stuff, and we communicate, you know, with and partner with them a lot. But then they have their regions, and we're in Region 2, and those are the folks that basically deliver projects. So I think the Transportation Division is in communication with UDOT a lot. As far as who can, you know, sort of tell them what to do, I mean, that's really the state legislature. You know, our position is sort of that they kind of know what we want, which is that throughput is not, you know, the ultimate desire of that we're concerned about safety and air quality and all that stuff. And, you know, I think we aim to stay in the conversation rather than put up a wall. But yeah, it is not always as easy or smooth as.
Can I build on top of what Commissioner Gent said? I look at our state roads as well because primarily they're responsible for most of the deaths in the city that are happening right now. I'm curious as if it's possible or if this plan is still moving forward, if one of those strategies can be facilitating connection between our local communities here in Salt Lake City and state transportation agencies. And I would look at what's happening around the I-15 expansion as a model for that. When we're talking about authentic and intentional public engagement, I think that's something that the administration has done a very good job on with I-15, is bringing in the most impacted folks into those conversations and the city acting as both a conduit and a platform for kind of engaging with UDOT. And I'm wondering if, because we can't control the UDOT roads in the city, if that can be one of those intentional strategies that we talk about that kind of facilitating that connection.
Yeah, and I think a lot of our goal is not just to have a more broad conversation when we're going to go do something to a street, but also to empower folks who don't feel like they know how to navigate the process to you know, understand how to participate. So yeah.
Is it also a matter of federal expenditures on those highways or not? Is it part of the transportation infrastructure plan or anything like that? On those, we're specifically talking about the problem, I think, which is very clearly stated, of state roads and their state highways in essence through the city, which are problematic particularly on the multimodal front.
I am probably not qualified to talk about how much federal money goes into UDOT roadways or where it does. I know that it definitely does, especially on the interstate system, but they do get a lot of federal money for other things as well.
Thank you.
So Joe, I think one of the things that's missing out of this was, I feel like I remember we talked about it in the previous presentation, was the role of roads and transportation within neighborhoods, and specifically the correlation between design and like speed, and how a lot of neighborhoods complain about people who are speeding through here, et cetera, et cetera. And knowing that people aren't driving to the number on a sign on the side of the road. They drive to the design of the road. And one of the things I brought up was having an overarching goal then of creating safer streets within neighborhoods, which I don't really see articulated here in relationship to just general traffic. And so not necessarily transit, but just general traffic, but that, and then empowering communities and individuals to understand if they're concerned about traffic volume and traffic speed in their neighborhood, that, oh, we could then work with transportation. These specific items are to slow down traffic, right? Because there's a lot of miscommunication or misunderstanding from a general person to what the actual item is of a traffic calming. Like they'll say, I want a four-way stop, which is about a right of way and not the same. So, but those things come at a cost, right? So it's a balance. If I want speed bumps, then I'm going to get them I'm making this up, but every 1,000 feet, regardless if that is in front of my house. I'm going to lose X number of on-street parking for this type of a thing. And I had voiced that, and I think I remember that you were putting together kind of like a guidebook. Transportation was putting together a guidebook of what the type of items for traffic calming within neighborhoods could be. So that it's almost like, then the citizen can go and see what's available and what might work best and what they can advocate for with transportation. But I don't see the overarching goal still stated in this of, safer streets within our neighborhoods.
Yes, so the zero traffic deaths, the Vision Zero program really outlines that it, as you said, it's design that governs how people drive and not posted speed limits. And so a lot of that is about how we design our roadways, both our arterials and our neighborhood streets. And then I will get it wrong, so let's go back.
I'm wondering then within like the key move for zero traffic deaths that, because it does say in strategy 2.2 to build and operate safer streets, but to kind of then articulate the difference between an arterial street and a neighborhood street, that we're talking about all different types of streets.
Right.
To just maybe articulate that overarching goal
Sure.
a little bit better in there so that communities can see that they're included in that and then hopefully get directed toward those solutions that then they can be part of understanding better and advocate for their neighborhoods in a more effective way. So I just think maybe articulate in that strategy all the streets.
Sure.
Because, I don't know, I think when we talk about zero traffic deaths, you tend to think more of the higher speed streets.
Right.
At least I do. So
Sure.
that's just that's my main feedback. But I think it's a great plan and great goals.
Chairman Christensen, I'm sorry, are you finished? Okay. Since you were paid to be involved in this, I'm wondering if you should recuse yourself and leave the room?
Considering the fact that I don't have a personal financial benefit in it, I don't see a need to recuse myself. I will ask council if there is any precedent.
I don't think there is a precedent, not that I'm aware of, not in my time here. You're not benefiting from the outcome of this. This is kind of echoey in here. So I don't know the fact that there's something wrong with me. I don't know that the fact that you are compensated for your participation in this is per se a conflict of interest. This is a gray area for sure. If you feel like you can't make an impartial vote on your recommendation, then perhaps you recuse yourself. Maybe you commit to abstaining. This is something I don't think that your policies and procedures address, nor does the city's ethics ordinance. The question is whether you stand to benefit materially from this, and you've already been compensated for your participation. Your vote doesn't, I don't think, has anything to do with that. But I need to. It's probably something we should consider addressing in policies and procedures moving forward. But this is going to be up to you, because legally, I don't think that you have a conflict of interest.
I would agree, and unless there are any members of the commission that would rather I not vote, I plan to go ahead and vote.
I would like to keep discussing if that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Taylor, I have a question about your engagement methods. So right now, so what is the future of this plan, just overall? Like, what's going to happen, next steps?
So if it is adopted, then the Transportation Division would then start working through these key moves. As I said before, Vision Zero is already in process, and the east-west stuff is already in process. But we would start looking at things like, looking for funding and staff time to create a curb space management.
Okay.
Things like that.
Okay. I think I just have I'm concerned about the engagement, just like 879, and then that's the overall like quota that you guys reach on your overall surveys on Spanish and English, 50 in Spanish, and then 164 in English. And then you mentioned that you went on elementary school, which I think is great because you're talking about like, child safety, and like you probably did your team did a great job like talking to parents and things like that. But I do think that for a 20-year plan and a 500,000+ residents, this is less than 1%. And I'm just curious to know what the standards are when it comes to like these type of engagements, but I just think it's incredibly low for something that's going to have like an everlasting impact. And I don't think it's going to change the outcome of what you already have. I think what you have really encompasses, what I know, it's a common best practices in urban planning and transportation, all these things. So don't get me wrong. I just think that moving forward, this is something that I think we need to work better as a city for any plan, transportation, housing, anything. I just think we need to at least do at least 3%, 5%, 10% of the population. But just like, that's one of the notes that really just highlights for me some of my concerns. But I just want to circle back to some of the strategies that you guys had. The first one that, of course, like we've been talking about it is like the zero, excuse me, let me find it really quick. It's a Vision Zero, right?
Yeah, zero traffic deaths.
Perfect. This is something, and I'm just going to speak as a human being who's been like watching KSL with my fiance for the past, 3.5 years that I've been living here. It's honestly so concerning that it's always like someone walking across the street, mostly children biking. It really just concerns me. So I know that you have it as a action, like one of these like strategies, but I wonder like, how are we going to deal with this? Like, what exactly are those action steps? Like, what's the roadmap to like mitigating this death? I guess it's called collisions now. But for me, these are murders, like this is really bad. And every time that I look at KSL, I watch many, podcasts and many TV news in the morning, and it's just always KSL news, ABC, like 50, death, people biking, people walking. And it just like, we have the infrastructure. You know what I mean? Like we do have bike lanes. We have protected bike lanes here and there. We have some nice bike lanes here and there. And we have big sidewalks. I mean, not in my district, but we have big sidewalks around the city. But I think like we need to tackle like the driving culture in Salt Lake City and more like into the behavioral campaigns to like ensure that people who are driving, really know the consequence. I don't think there's anything like this. So maybe just like more public outreach and engagement to I know sounds silly, but really just like teaching, future generations how to drive, and perhaps we can mitigate that, throughout the years. But I think there's gotta be something like a campaign from the city planning, transportation planning department to like tackle this in like a more robust, community-based, super visual, like out there, like watch out, there's someone crossing. And like I think right now the approach is like the white flag, the orange flags, and like you're responsible for it. When in reality, it's like like people driving. So that's some of the things that I learned when I think Commissioner Gant mentioned like these overhead ideas of like bridges. I was born in the Caribbean, in Puerto Rico, and we have a lot of those. And it makes so much sense to have these places like Salt Lake City, since like they're so wide. But again, it goes back to the car-centric culture, because then we're prioritizing the car. So that's something I learned on my journey, doing urban planning stuff. It's like we're then prioritizing the cars, and then it's the inconvenience for the pedestrians to go upstairs, and then how we're going to accommodate ADA regulations on those. And like, I mean, you can, but it's pretty difficult. And then on top of that, it's honestly very unsafe. I must say the truth. People deal with substances up there, it's kind of like outside of the public eye. So it really isn't a good strategy, because again, it focuses on the car centric. And I think that we just have to like do something or add a strategy to really work on our engagement and sort of like spread out more awareness of this issue, because one is too many. And the fact that we're just like, in the past 2 weeks, there's been 11 fatalities, according to ABC, for here in Utah. And of course, this is not like only Salt Lake City, right? But I just think this is mostly, you can agree with me. You probably have more data than I do. It just happens here more often. So those two main things, like maybe perhaps raising the bar for community engagement, and the other aspect is then work with other community engagement methods to do more campaigns to really bring awareness to this issue in a more holistic way. Thank you, Taylor.
Can I just respond a little bit to Commissioner Santos Rivera? I actually feel the city is doing an outstanding job on this front. If you do look, to echo what Commissioner Bitton was saying, if you look at where these problems are happening, the fatalities are happening on the state-owned roads and crossings. And I actually think where you look at, I don't think the problem is driver education. I think, to echo what Commissioner Berry was saying, it's infrastructure. And I think the city's done a really good job on the roads it controls of adding bike lanes and protected bike lanes. And I don't think the problem is the city. I don't think that we need to be spending taxpayer money on an educational campaign. I commend the planners for continuing to sit down at the table with UDOT, because I do think that's it. In terms of like the car-centric culture, it is a problem. What is the city's role? And again, I think the number one thing the city is contributing to is parking minimums on this. That's under our control. We need better funding for UTA. Salt Lake City, I think, is doing more than its fair share on that front. I think if you look at, we're sponsoring more bus routes. It's a lot of our regional partners that we need a state funding source for that, for operations, not for capital. We need other municipalities to give more of their tax revenue. I think, I don't want to say it's perfect. You're right. We have too many fatalities, and they're up. Like every other big city in America, our fatalities are up. But I don't, unfortunately, I don't think it's the problem with the transportation in Salt Lake. I think it's that, and again, I commend our transportation division for continuing to work with our regional partners, because that's the only way you solve this, is you get cooperation from UDOT, and you get more money somehow to UTA. And, I know there are some operational challenges with UTA as well, but it also just needs more money.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you, but with the infrastructure law, there's been a lot of funds delegated for these type of projects, and again, I of course, like, we commend every effort that the city has done. I don't think it's necessarily like not meeting the expectations, but I do think that there's something else besides infrastructure that we need to tackle as a community. And I think it just like, it's an underlying problem. You can do anything you want to make a state street, which is not really like the city's jurisdiction, right? But we can try to make State Street like a little bit safer, but it really is like the behavior that's driving, you know, these people like to do these terrible, heinous crimes. So, but anyways, just like, I think that there's an underlying like cultural aspect. And I just think that the public engagement and it's part of the infrastructure. It's part of like building a more resilient, more educated, more compassionate community that can, you know, not kill children while going to school, you know? So I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's just like a tug of war between like, how can we implement timelines and budgets and all these constraints and externalities, while at the same time, like knowing that you're dealing with community members and just overall people who behave very different ways in a city that is growing tremendously. So I do think that there's an opportunity for us to fill that gap and create a campaign to, or I just add a strategy to create a campaign to educate people more, just bring more awareness. Everyone should know about this. Everyone should know about this. And that's just like where I stand. But I appreciate that comment because I don't disagree at all. I just think that we can just leverage what we have and create just sort of like an invisible infrastructure that can gain more consciousness about people's action when they're on the street.
We still haven't opened up public comment yet, so let's go ahead and open up public comment. If there's anyone who would like to speak, go ahead and approach the microphone and state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Cindy Cromer, and I don't do transportation. It's too discouraging, but I have a couple of things to add. One is that the city could do more if it had the manpower in terms of enforcement. I was almost hit on a residential street this afternoon at 2nd South and 8th East. It's a 4-way stop. I will be able to recognize the woman who almost hit me for a long time. That's how close she was to me. There's no enforcement. And the second thing is that I'm concerned that I don't see anything, again, this is where the city could make a difference, about pedestrian and bicycle safety and the safety of drivers around construction sites. The city does nothing about, when it issues permits, about requiring, and again, I had a dangerous situation back during the art festival in June, and of course, you know me well enough to know that I made numerous phone calls afterwards, which were dismissed by the architectural firm and the city employees, and I must have talked to 3 or 4 city employees. So the city could do more in terms of requiring a site plan that accommodates pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers when it issues building permits. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to give public comment?
Can I just respond to that really quickly?
Go ahead.
That is a great comment, and there is, I believe, a passage in there about upgrading our traffic control process for construction projects.
It's under strategy 3.2 for reference.
Would anyone else like to give public comment? Have we received any emails?
No.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the commission for discussion and a motion.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. I wonder if this will replace the 1993 Transportation Master Plan,
Yes, that is the intention.
and it will serve the same purpose but not be called a master plan?
Also correct.
I want to jump in and mention that I am excited about this plan. Let's see, I moved to Salt Lake City a little over 20 years ago, and I've always lived on the west side. And Even from the beginning of my time in Salt Lake City, I definitely felt the extent to which there was an east-west divide, the extent to which the existence of the railroad tracks and the freeway really splits the city. It's both a physical and a psychological barrier. And I think one of the greatest things that this plan does is to start to allow us to address that divide and to look for opportunities to minimize that divide.
Mr. Chair, I'm writing a motion real quick. Want to get it right? I apologize. My brain works faster than my hand does. I apologize.
It's okay.
Mr. Chair, based on the information presented in the discussion, I move that the Commission forward a positive recommendation to adopt Connect SLC Citywide Transportation Plan to the City Council with an additional recommendation that Section 1.3 be amended to read Strategy 1.3, facilitate long-term ongoing dialogue between the city, the local community, and other regional partners.
I second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Bitton and a second from Commissioner Santos Rivera. Any discussion to the motion?
Would you be open to do a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Can we add for so many words. For the Zero Action Plan, Strategy 2.1, can we add just a part of the strategy to engage with the community on an ongoing basis in an educational campaign, just to raise awareness about safety, pedestrian safety, people biking safety. I don't know how to say it, but it probably could be more eloquent than I can.
I'm open to that. I think we need to be very specific. So we might need to take another second to write out.
Yes, that will be great. Give me just 1 second. I'll do it. And I appreciate, by the way, that.
Just a question for this body or maybe planning staff. Can I get the language for your amendment just so I can make sure to get it right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Should you vote to adopt?
Yes. It's recorded. It's recorded. You'll be able to get it from staff.
Thank you.
Are there any grammar sticklers in
Right.
the audience?
Thank you for the time. I appreciate that. Commissioner, I'm ready for the friendly amendment to add for Strategy 2.1 to establish a Vision Zero action plan. And it reads like this: to further engage with the community to raise pedestrian safety and awareness about potential collisions in the street in Salt Lake City. And staff, you're more than welcome to add or edit so that it makes sense with your current language. More than happy to do that.
Okay, that friendly amendment's been accepted. If there's no further discussion, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Commissioner Scheer,
Yes.
Commissioner Barry, Commissioner Barry,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten,
Yes.
Commissioner Santos Rivera,
Yes.
Commissioner Gent,
Yes.
and the chair will also vote yes. That passes unanimously. And the recommendation goes on to the City Council.
Thanks for your time.
You're welcome. We'll go ahead and move to the next item, General Plan and Zoning Amendments, Community Benefit Ordinance, case number PLN PCM 2023-00535, and our planner is Chrissy Gilmore.
Hi, thank you. So I'm here today. The last time I saw you was about a month ago, where we did a briefing on these proposed amendments. So today I'll just go over them, try to be a little shorter than I was last time, but I still want to touch on everything, and then go over what has changed since I last saw you a month ago. So, and as a reminder, these amendments came about from Thriving in Place, the city's anti-gentrification strategy. And that strategy had 22 action items in it, and this is the result of 4 action items that the Planning Division was tasked with addressing. So the first one, the first major part of this is a new Title 19, which is called amendments, Title 19, which is for the general plan. So this is a new title that defines the general plan, what that is for the city, which is Plan Salt Lake, the overarching vision for the city, and then our elemental plans, and really any of our plans that have a land use component. So the transportation master plan would also be included in that. Then it goes over criteria for when the plans must be amended. So this includes like if a zoning map amendment doesn't meet the density of the neighborhood plan. Same thing if a proposed use doesn't meet the land use map of the neighborhood plan. And then if like a public infrastructure, so a street or a building also doesn't meet the neighborhood plan. And then it goes over the process. So this includes the process for both privately initiated petitions and publicly initiated petitions, city initiated petitions. And this includes like our 45-day notice period, requirements to go to the community council and things like that. And then the framework for when this should be updated. When we met with you last, the commission recommended allowing the planning commission to have the authority to make a recommendation for an update to a plan, and so that was added in, and it just essentially says that the planning commission can make a recommendation to the mayor or city council to update a plan. And then the next part of this that's included in both Title 19 and then the new Title 19 and Chapter 21A50, which is our zoning amendments chapter. So this is where if someone's proposing to make an amendment to the zoning map or the zoning text, they would follow the provisions of that chapter. These amendments include now a community benefit policy that must accompany the application, relocation for displaced tenants, replacement of dwelling units if their proposal is likely to result in the demolition of housing. Then their application requirements would now include data that needs to be submitted with that on the current rent of the units and what's going on site, how many bedrooms are the units on site, and then additional standards for displacement. So the standards of review now include additional standards that consider the displacement of people or businesses, and I'll touch on these all in a little bit more detail. And then Title 18, which is our building code chapter, is also proposed to be amended. And Title 18.97, the housing loss mitigation ordinance, will be deleted, and it would be replaced with these new amendments in Chapter 19, or Title 19 and Chapter 21A50. And then Title 1864, Chapter 1864-50, which is the demolition ordinance, would also be updated to just basically be consistent with these updates to Title 19 and 21A50 to include if something's coming before for a demolition, they must also now provide that data so that we can track displacement and data with those permit applications. So the community benefit policy. So when a property owner is making an application for a zoning map amendment, a zoning text amendment, or a general plan amendment, they must now provide in their application a community benefit. And they would pick from this list of 6. They may also make an argument for another community benefit, but the ordinance lists these 6 things. And then they must also provide an argument for how this community benefit would not be otherwise accessible without this proposed amendment and this proposed increase in development potential or density. And so they can pick from housing, dedication of publicly accessible open space, support for local businesses, preservation of critical lands, historic building preservation, and then expansion of public infrastructure beyond what is already required. And then also included in the amendments is consideration factors for these. So how would they be reviewed? I think I gave this example last time, but if the applicant is proposing publicly accessible open space, how does that relate to the total size of their lot? And then also how does that relate to the increase in density that they're proposing? Or if they're proposing historic building preservation, what is the value of that historic structure? What's the significance of that structure that you're proposing in relation to the increase in density? And then ultimately these would be decided by the city council. They have the authority to modify or waive these requirements, and then they would be secured through a development agreement on the property. And then tenant relocation. So like I mentioned, if a proposal has the potential to displace people, the applicant would then be required to provide tenant relocation assistance through moving expenses, so up to $1,500 in moving expenses, fee assistance for your deposit, the tenant's deposit or application fees, rental assistance payments, which would be the difference between the unit they were renting and the new unit of a comparable size. And this is not to exceed $7,200, and that would just be a flat fee it's not over a certain amount of time. It's just a flat fee that would be negotiated between the tenant and the property owner. And then if the property owner is proposing to relocate the tenant to a property they already own, they wouldn't be subject to providing the fee assistance or the rental payment, the fee assistance like the deposit or application fees. And then this was brought up last time that, where would they relocate them to Farmington? So we did add language in here that it must be a unit within Salt Lake City. And then I did want to clarify that I think there was some confusion that this tenant relocation assistance, the tenants would be finding their own, unless they're being relocated to a unit the property owner owns, they would be finding their own unit. It wouldn't be the property owner necessarily finding that unit for them. So I wanted to clarify that as well. And then housing replacement. So if a unit is, if application is going to demolish units, the petitioners would be required to replace the dwelling units at the same size and the same rental rates. And then these are a couple changes that have changed since last time I met with you. They could either limit the rental rate to that 3% per year for a period of 20 years, or based on public input, we've added in they could also pay a fee that would address that impact. So they have those 2 options, and I'll go over that fee in a little bit, but the language now says that the fee would be calculated by the unit rent, so the current unit rent, so say it's $1,000, times by the amount of months it takes to get that unit back on the market, so from the time of demolition to the time they get their certificate of occupancy, so say that's 36 months, their fee would be $36,000. And then I'm using the word fee, but I am going to ask, this came up today, so I didn't have enough time to update the presentation or the motion sheet, but we would actually like to change the language from fee to payment, because we think that more accurately addresses what this is. A fee from the city's perspective, like an impact fee, is this associated with the cost of the city providing that service, and that's not what this is. This is a discretionary process where the property owner is choosing to go through this, and so this would be more like a payment. And then standards for amendments. So there are new standards for consideration for both the Title 19 general plans and then the zoning amendments. And these have to do with now looking at, does a proposal have the potential to displace people or businesses, the assessment of community benefits, and is that community benefit proportional to the increase in development, and then expanded consideration regarding impact to city services like our water facilities and transportation. And then proximity to amenities, which includes like fresh food and schools and things like that. And then data collection. So as I mentioned, property owners, when they're submitting an application, would now be required to provide data on what's going on site. So the number of bedrooms for their unit, how many units are on site, number of bedrooms, and then the current rental rate for those units. And then revision. So I touched on a few of them, but I'll go over the rest. So when we met with you last month, you brought up the Planning Commission would like the authority to recommend plan updates. So that was added in. And then neglect of buildings. It was brought up that there's concern that a property owner might just neglect their building to the point that no one wants to live there, as a way to avoid providing that tenant relocation assistance. So we did add in this section F that if a housing unit is demolished or neglected to the point of being uninhabitable at any time during the 5 years prior to a petition for a plan amendment submitted, or is placed on the city's boarded building inventory, the City Council may require this section to apply to tenants that were displaced by the demolition. And then if the property owner bought the property and they let it be neglected, so they never had tenants, they don't have someone to go back and say that these were the tenants, then this would allow us to, the new language says, require the tenant relocation amount to be paid to the city for the purpose of other tenant relocation assistance. And then location of demolished units. I brought this up, but we added language that they're replaced, that if the tenant is being relocated to a property the applicant already owns, it must be in Salt Lake City. And then I don't know if I brought this up just barely, but another thing that changed is that the original draft you saw last month had that the relocation, the replaced demolished units could be off-site. So say a property owner was proposing to do, they had residential that was demolished and they wanted to just commercial. This new draft has that they must be replaced on-site. And this is to meet the goals of thriving in place. It is to try and keep the balance of neighborhoods and where, you know, we want to keep the housing where housing's at and keep that neighborhood stability. And then timeline for replacement of demolished units. It was brought up that like how, if someone demolishes a unit, should we add something in that they must replace it within 24 months or something like that? We didn't decide on a time frame, but we did add in to this language on development agreements that needs to be included in the development agreement to be negotiated with the City Council. So that would be part of that process. And that reminds me that the tenant relocation, the demolished unit provisions would be included in the development agreement as well. And then public input. So we went through, we did 3 open houses, and then we had 2 development community roundtable meetings. And through those, one of the key things that was brought up was that the draft we had only had the 3% increase over 20 years, and that came up as a concern for that demolished unit replacement, that it's just really unpredictable for the development community to predict, you know, who's going to own the property in 20 years, how are we going to also calculate that number. It was a concern for them. And then they also brought up, and planning staff thought this was a good point, that and this isn't Thriving in Place, that the impact of this amendment is actually kind of small, unfortunately, that most displacement is happening through other means than what this ordinance would address, like a developer or an applicant remodeling a housing unit and displacing people. That wouldn't be subject to these. And so they also brought up that concern that if there was a fee or a payment, then it could be applied to more people and benefit the community as a whole, rather than just those few tenants. I mentioned last time that from 2020 to 2023, I can't remember the specific months, but of the 80 or so petitions that came before you, there were only 56 units, housing units, that would have been impacted by this amendment. So although 56 housing units that would have been impacted, so of petitions that came before you that were a zoning map amendment, a general plan amendment, there was only potential for 56 units. So that's 56, sorry. Okay, and so just a reminder that we would ask that you do an amendment to the motion that includes changing the wording from fee to payment. And then also, as far as public input, there are 3 comments in your staff report. 1 comment was received today that was uploaded to your Dropbox. And then I did not receive any comments from the community councils, although there were several community councils at the public outreach events. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that the tenant relocation assistance is not inflation adjusted. I perceive these pressures are going to be they're not going to go away this year or next year. And even if the Fed gets inflation back under control to say 2 or 3%, I just don't know how far, $1,500 is going to go in 15 years. So, so I'm concerned about this in section, I guess it's 19, I got to go way back. It's section 1906-074, number 4. It's part A and part D. Both have specific dollar amounts, and I'd rather them be tied to the CPI inflation as the maximum. And then I'm also, the 3% number in part E, I'm like, that seems a little random. Why not also tie that to CPI inflation instead of 3%?
Okay. So one thing I wanted to respond to that, and I can't really speak to exactly how we got to the 3%, but I think Nick might be able to jump in. But we do plan on, looking at this yearly and making modifications. It's not something that we're planning on adopting and never looking at again. So that is one of the reasons we didn't include the inflation number. We can look at how to write that in, but that wasn't something that we've done now.
I think oftentimes laws just don't, city council gets full on their docket and other things take priority. If you just sort of automatically update it with CPI inflation, particularly the moving expenses, then it's done and we, maybe doesn't need to be revisited as much.
I'm wondering, since this has such a low impact, would it have an impact the other direction? Would it actually discourage people from developing new housing, more dense housing that we actually need? In all of this sort of complication of the relocation. I mean, I understand that relocation is an issue, but maybe that's a question for Commissioner Ghent to respond to.
So when I read through this, I had the same thought. And then I actually thought about it, and I thought about the cases we're seeing, and it's usually they're buying up 1 or 2 houses. And this is really like, in terms of an overall development deal, it's not much for the developer. And it's the sort of thing that kind of potentially can make a big difference for the tenant. And it's really like, in terms of the developer's expenses, I think this is really small. I understand the concern, and I had the same thought, and then I kind of did the math, and I was like, oh, we're talking about $10,000. Maybe if there's 2 houses, you got $20,000 in a deal. Like, this is, I on the margin, yes, it will discourage, but I think it's pretty small.
Yeah, and I will say that through our development roundtable meetings, they didn't seem concerned about the idea. They did want to have predictability, which is why they asked for an upfront number rather than a 20-year time frame. But they didn't seem concerned about the number. They just want to know what it is.
I have 3 questions. So first, is there any part of this that applies to a commercial tenant? And I only ask this because at our last meeting, there was a long conversation about the displacement of a small business from a large development. So could any of this be applied to a commercial tenant?
So no. Well, the relocation and that stuff does not apply to commercial tenants. It only applies to residential. That said, some of the consideration factors and the community benefit do have to do with commercial tenants. So
Okay.
There's 2 parts to it. The relocation assistance wouldn't apply, though.
Okay. My second question is on city-initiated petitions. I don't think that the city currently owns any land that they're planning to tear down a home and replace. In that case, how would, kind of walk me through the function of how this would work for a city-initiated petition, if the city were the developer, for example?
Yeah, so the city, I do think they want to be a leader and, practice what we preach, but the tenant relocation, the community benefit, in this ordinance, it doesn't apply to the city-initiated petitions. So it's really, we would have the same public involvement requirements, but that the community benefit doesn't apply, and the tenant relocation doesn't apply either.
Okay.
So just to add to that, so there's 2 different types of city-initiated proposals that fall under this. The comprehensive ones, there would not be a community benefit, right? So we're going in and rezoning an area around the ballpark station area. But if we own an individual property, currently there's 3 properties in the Glendale and Poplar Grove neighborhood that we're proposing to rezone from R1 to RMF 30, the intent is that there would be a discussion of what that community benefit is.
Okay.
So in that case, it's, our intent as a city really is to build more housing types for families on vacant land. That would be one of those potential community benefits.
Yeah. I'm thinking specifically of the property on 1300 South because we've tried for 3 years to get a CIP application funded for some infrastructure issues there. So, yeah. I can't remember my third question, so I'm going to give time back to everybody else.
All right. So I think, sorry, go ahead.
So I did have a question on the definition of family-sized housing. Where in the code do we define family-sized housing?
That's a good question. Let me do some.
I think it's so that's great. It seemed like a good thing. I just didn't know what the legal definition of family-sized housing was.
That's a good question. I know we did add definitions to this, so let me see if it's included in those.
Sorry, I'm on my iPad, so I can't easily search. Well, let me see.
I don't know that we have a definition of that, but generally when we can add one, but generally when we are discussing that, it's a dwelling that has at least 3 bedrooms.
Yeah, I think I would just maybe let's put that in there so we are a little more precise.
Yeah, we'll make a note so it can be added to a motion if that's the direction the council chooses to go.
Okay, so I got a question. So I am a tenant, and then my landlord is going to increase the rent, and then I get displaced. So then I will walk me through the process. I will go to the city, and then I say, here's the new rates. Is that what you mentioned? Here's the new rates that my landlord is giving me. I need relocation assistance. So what will that entail? Like, if you don't mind walking me through the process.
Yeah, so the burden will be on the applicant to prove that they have met with their tenants and provided that relocation assistance. So that should be happening, really, those negotiations and conversations should be happening before the applicant even submits an application. And then as they work through, they're going to need to prove that they've met that obligation with the city council. And then one of the things we would like the information on the tenants on site to make sure that they have the information that this is available to them.
So the tenant has to submit an application with this. It will be
No, so the tenant doesn't submit an application. This would be the property owner.
The property owner.
And the property owner needs to prove that they have met their obligation to provide this relocation assistance.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Because I totally missed that point. I thought that it was the tenant from the last time. Because I remember we talked about AMI and all these other things. Yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
So I have a question/comment. I know we still have public hearing, but let's suppose that I'm a real estate developer who wants to build 16 instead of 12 expensive single-family homes in the avenues. In the past, we were not really able to consider issues like traffic, for example, or neighborhood opinion. And this seems to suggest that those are things which we can sort of now take into consideration for a zoning change. Is that correct, or am I really stretching it here?
No, I think you're on the right track. So one of the consideration factors for the community benefit is the public input on that and what the public, one of the consideration factors is the community benefit and the public's input on that community benefit. And then the consideration factors were also expanded to discuss more in detail on the impacts to transportation services and other city infrastructure. So okay. I do think so.
So does that require the developer to do a transportation plan for a project like that? So we actually have the data to suggest that this will have a negative transportation impact? Or would the neighborhood have to do a transportation plan? How would that work?
No, so when we get an application, we route it to our other city divisions, and if there is a concern that it has a transportation impact, that the Transportation Division would make that request of the applicant. If it's come up through public involvement, we would discuss with the Transportation Division and have that request made. But that's something that the community would need to work with staff or the Transportation Division to make that request. It wouldn't come, before the process.
So it seems to me like this generally greatly widens the purview of the Planning Commission and anyone else and the City Council, anyone else who reviews this project staff, to make requirements of applicants and also to consider a much greater set of issues beyond community benefit, right? I mean, it's not only do we consider it for its community benefit, we also consider these other four, and I can't remember what they are now, but certainly one of them is the provision of services in the city. So that was something we really haven't been doing.
Yeah, if an applicant is making the claim that their community benefit is expansion of services, we would definitely expect them to be providing that data through, a study, traffic study, working with public utilities or transportation.
So, but that's only if it's for a community benefit, or it's in general, we can talk about that.
So we are making the factors that are under consideration for zoning amendments and general plan amendments more direct. Right now, they are so general that they're almost meaningless. And that's one of our goals of this project, is to make those factors more focused on specific topics. That's why we broke them out instead of having them just be those 4 or 5 things.
So is that something that's going to have to be in a staff report?
So
the responses to those 4 issues?
Yeah, and so what we would basically, to reiterate what Chrissy was saying, is that we have experts in the city in those different divisions and departments that would look at those, and they would ultimately make some kind of a statement about whether or not they think that there's a detrimental impact to the city's ability to provide services, such as the streets, public utilities, et cetera. And at least for the planning division, we base our recommendation on the feedback that we will be getting from those departments. It's very possible that they will say there's no impact here, or we don't envision there being an impact here, and that may win the day.
What about something like parking on the street? If this project is going to impact parking on the street as a neighborhood impact, is that something that we have not really been able to consider that, and now we can?
Well, you can consider it.
But it's not a fact. It's not a consideration in turning down a project that the planning staff recommends.
Well, so I want to make sure that that everyone knows we're talking about map amendments and general plan amendments. Those are very conceptual in nature. And so sometimes it is hard to say and determine if, for example, someone's going from an R1 7000 to RMF 30 zone, what those potential on-street parking impacts are at that plan level.
Right.
We may not know enough details to be able to determine that.
Right, but for example, we had a change from an RM 5000 or R7000 to an institutional use, and we don't know what the impacts of that's going to be. So how would we judge the impacts if we don't know what they are?
So the Planning Commission has the authority to request additional information. If it's something that is like that, the commission can basically tell an applicant, hey, we want to know more about what your intents are for development so that we can adequately make a recommendation on your impact to city services.
Yeah, but they don't have to follow that, whatever they tell us. I mean, if they said, oh, we're going to build an expansion of our school here,
right?
But then they could turn around and make a helicopter pad or whatever it was, ridiculous example we were playing with last time.
Right.
But that's what this is about. It's about changing the way we think about and talk about these projects, and it's pretty significant, actually, way beyond the rental relocation assistance bit. This is a very significant change to the way we do business, I think. And so how can we know what the impacts of something when we don't have a development plan to go by?
Yeah, and I think that's when we basically have to rely on what our regulations in those proposed districts say. And if they are adequate enough to provide that level of assurance that impacts can be mitigated either through the standards that apply to that zone or the processes that something might be going through.
So I have a follow-up to that, and this was related to one of my comments the last time, was that we don't have the data. Like, it's hard for us to make an educated evaluation on that. So we rely on then the comments from the other divisions because they are the experts. But now I'm concerned about maybe the timing of certain things. So those comments, reviews from other departments, they're not specifically seeing the comments from the public. And so I feel like if we're going to then start relying more on their evaluations to those expanded services, they need to be aware of what the public comments are coming in as, because we get a lot of comments of like, our streets can't handle it, we don't have enough water, yada yada. But none of us, including the public, have the actual data. So if those are the comments that are coming from the public, then I feel like the department reviews need to be tied into their review.
Yeah.
So it's not just a general, like, we don't have any objection to this. Because then I think it sets us up in a situation where we're kind of blind and we're like, well, they say it's fine, but they didn't see what you were talking about.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. We do, when we are in our public review period and we get comments from the public that express concern about, the width of a street and fire access or any of those things, we do go back to the divisions and ask them to specifically look at those things and make a comment on that.
So I feel like if this is going to be a standard of review, it can't be like, oh yeah, they just didn't comment. Because now I think it's like you put it out there and maybe they give you a comment back and sometimes they don't. And I think it needs to be more consistent and a little bit more focused of like, okay, these are the concerns that the community is expressing and we're evaluating it, really looking at those concerns instead of just something overarching. And if a concern is brought up about something in their department purview, then they need to provide comments. That's the only way that we could then evaluate those as a standard, because we don't have the data and we're not the experts. We rely on them. But right now it's kind of a general, like, we don't have any objections.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if they do, they spell it out, but we know like it'll happen. Fire will figure it out before they issue the permits. So I think that needs to be a little, the timing of that and the type of responses needs to be a little bit more precise from those departments if we're going to take this route.
I'm also concerned that I'm not sure that we can judge a community benefit if we don't actually know what's going to go on a property. So we have a zone change from RFF 7000 to RMF 30, but we don't have a plan, we don't have a unit count, we don't know if it's affordable, we don't know if there's going to be open space, we don't know anything. So how can we judge without, I think it's probably incumbent on the applicant to provide a here's what we're going to do, but the zone change does not require him to do that, right?
Yeah.
So he can say, here's what I'm going to do, and sell the property tomorrow after we change the zoning.
Yeah, I share your. I hadn't thought about this before this meeting. That's, I guess, why we get together and talk. I share your concerns that this community benefit could serve as a broad set of NIMBY concerns that get brought up. I like, and that we don't take into account, we don't have much say about what happens after a zoning change. So they could come and say, yes, I'm getting this zoning change. Now they could say more generally, you need this to provide, right now it's got 2 homes on it. The only way I can put 10 homes on it is if you do X. And if it's, there's some zones that's natural, like that's the only thing they're going to do on that other than the existing use. There's some zones, I don't know, they could do an awful lot of stuff. So I do share that concern. I also, the definition of affordable, is that 80% AMI, or where is the definition of affordable?
So there's a couple of questions there. First, the application requirements are going to require more from a petitioner. They have to provide us with enough detail to be able to determine these things. So that is a change. Instead of just saying, "Oh, here's our map amendment. We're doing this to this." They've got to make the argument. They got to provide the information that's required for us to be able to evaluate it based on these proposals. Two, we specifically did not add in the community benefit a definition of affordable. So the zoning code will have one as part of the affordable housing incentives. And so any sort of zoning map amendment, that would be applicable. But when it comes to a general plan amendment, we felt that adding that specificity might not be the best avenue to go, and instead leave it up to the applicant to make that argument that what they're doing is affordable, so that we can, as a city and a community, make a decision on whether that is proportionate to their request.
So in that case, I would prefer the term housing affordability, provision of housing affordability, because I think affordable, at least in the world I live in, means sort of capital A deed restricted. And so I'd rather the broader concept of housing affordability, which can include market rate units that are, in place to help with the filtering process. So anyway, if we're going to go that way.
Can we define affordability? Could the Planning Commission say that any project that is not at least 50% AMI is not affordable?
Well, ultimately, the city council has to do that, right? Can you make a recommendation to them? Sure, you have that prerogative.
A lot of those benchmarks are set by state code, though.
Well, they are for funding reasons, not necessarily for something like this.
Fair.
So Nick, you were saying that you were asking a lot more of the applicant. So is the applicant bound by that plan that they present to you for the zoning map and general plan amendment?
So that is one reason why anybody going through this, where it is determined that a community benefit is required, where the council determines that, has to enter into a development agreement. That development agreement would dictate all of those details and information, what they're bound by, what processes they may have to go through, whether it's plan development or design review, or if there's other specific things that the council and at the Planning Commission's recommendation.
So virtually every project that wants a zoning map amendment has to have a development agreement?
If it's determined that there is a community benefit. Some of them will have their community benefit built into it, right? So for example, we've had several zoning amendments where the applicants are proposing affordable housing at a certain level of AMI. They're kind of locked in because they have certain funding sources. They're seeking those things. In those situations like that, the council has said, okay, great, we're going to hold you to that. So your zoning only becomes effective once you get that. And that's less of a development agreement versus something that might have a more extensive need for a development agreement.
We still need to do our public hearing, so let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. Do we have anyone representing a community council? Yes, we do. Go ahead and approach the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes.
I hope I don't take 5 minutes, because all of a sudden I'm getting really hot in this room. I agree with what you're saying about affordable, because recently we had a developer come to us to build 20 townhomes, 2,000 square feet. And he kept talking about affordable, and I said, well, what's the price point? And he said 700,000 or 800,000. So you got to spell it out a little better so that it's really going to be affordable. And make sure you include all the utilities and other costs, because getting this $7,200 isn't going to go very far. And one thing I worry about, I don't know if you saw the Building Salt Lake article today about the contractors that are going belly up and all that's happening. We may have a lot of, what the paper called yesterday, sugar holes in Salt Lake, where we have these half-built apartments that just sit there for a while. So, you know, somebody takes down a building with 12 units and they don't have 12 units to put those people in. There's no new stuff being built right now. So you have to think about all that. I have to commend the staff. This was a heck of a project. It's just about made me crazy. I haven't read all of it, and you haven't gotten my letters like you usually do, because there's just not enough time. So I think they did a great job, and I think it really hangs together. And now we're just chipping away at some of the details. I like the idea of collecting data from the application. And I hope there's a staff member like Andy Larson from the Trib that's going to keep up all the databases that'll be required to track this. I expect nothing less. I want an annual report with detailed data, not just 62 units were built. Statistics should include how many are naturally occurring affordable housing units that were.
Can we have you move the microphone closer? Thanks.
Sorry, that were torn down. You know, little small details like that. How many additional workers are you going to need to do it? And will the city council get that in the budget next year? One thing I didn't see mentioned is daycare. That would be a wonderful incentive to build into these. So I think that needs to be added to the language. We have an apartment on Foothill that's going to come in with daycare on the first floor. And that's so definitely needed. Development agreements. Nothing should be put in a development agreement that can't be enforced. Amy and I learned that the other day. If it can't be enforced, turn it down. And I love the part where it says if a petitioner, after a decision is made by the Planning Commission, changes his mind and wants to modify the request, they have to start over. I think that's great. Consider the impact on the city resources. That worries me a lot, that you guys are going to get buried and you're not going to be able to keep up with the whole thing. And always preserve historic structures unless they're damaged beyond repair. And they don't have to have a name on the door plate, but we should be taking care of our old interesting buildings, because what's being built now is not very interesting. Good luck with all this. We hope it makes a real difference in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, can you state your name and the community council that you're from?
Judy Short, Sugar House Community Council.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else representing a community council? I don't see any hands. We'll go to the cards. Our next card is Lynn Swartz. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
I'm Lynn Schwartz. This proposal is a huge change covering many sections of code, and I hope that you will consider more than the usual public comment time period and number of public hearings. The proposed requirements for mitigation of housing loss and tenant relocation assistance that a petitioner would have to implement if a general plan amendment, zoning map change, or an amendment to the text of the zoning ordinance were requested are a step in the right direction as far as they go. Unfortunately, the wording in these ordinance changes leaves the city council a great deal of leeway by use of the word may instead of shall in many of the proposed changes. One example is that the petitioner may be required to provide relocation assistance. We have all had the sad experience of good requirements and ordinances waved away by the city council, planning staff, or planning director when they are given the leeway to do so. Also, some of the loss mitigation requirements, while laudable, do not address the loss of housing. Some are quite vague, such as provide publicly accessible space and support local businesses. I am also concerned about the possibility that a developer could make a less advantageous offer to a tenant so that the full extent of required benefits are not obtained. I would like to see a requirement that a tenant receive written notification of the benefits in English and Spanish. Also, the fee in lieu of rental restrictions to go to the city's housing fund does not help the individual renters directly affected. There is also a provision here where the city council can waive or modify these requirements. These ordinances have many good provisions. It will be interesting to see how many are actually implemented.
Thank you. Our next card is Rebecca Davis. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Rebecca Davis, and I just wanted to focus on 4 items that are in the community benefit portion of the zoning plan. It's important to preserve open space and protect from future development land that is adjacent to rivers, creeks, wetlands, floodplains, wildlife habitat, or natural lands when creating a new subdivision to provide for the physical and emotional health of the people living there and for the welfare of wildlife living in those spaces. Preserving historic structures is imperative because these structures add character to the neighborhoods in Salt Lake City. The historic structures can be thoughtfully remodeled to maintain their basic structure but used for a new purpose. Expanding public infrastructure that expands capacity for future development makes sense if it is done thoughtfully so that future development can take advantage of infrastructure that is already in place. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last card is Cindy Cromer. State your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Still Cindy Cromer. I sent you comments to your Dropbox, and I'll try to get to all of those, but I want to respond to the relatively small percentage of units destroyed and associated with displacement of people. That may look like a small number of units, but there are probably over 100 people associated with that number of units. And if 5 to 10% of them fall into an unsheltered category of city residents, as a result, it's a big deal. It's a big deal because on November 1st, the city moved the residents living in Liberty Park out, and I am still dealing with the repercussions of that as they moved toward Herm Franks and up 6th East. So it's a big deal. 56 units is a big deal because of the number of people and the consequences of being displaced. They will differ depending on which neighborhood those displacements occur in. That's important to remember. I can't give you a number about the percentage who will fall into unsheltered category, because it's going to vary depending on where the place is. So back to my comments. We know that developers will just pay a fee to get out of dealing with this. I don't think $36,000 is, if you're trying to compensate for the loss of a unit, that's nothing. That's maybe 10% the cost of replacing a unit. I think the community benefits could benefit from an examination in terms of the potential return to the developer. Some of these benefits have a built-in return to the developer, and some of them don't. I'm suggesting that we look at the math applied in evaluating the benefits. What I really want to share with you, and it's hard for me to say this, is that I'm opposed to the inclusion of publicly accessible open space in the core of the city where we desperately need it. That's because we have not provided adequate shelter so people don't have to live in our park spaces. And I
That's
just
2 minutes, Cindy.
Just told you about Liberty Park. Okay, and I'll share my other comment with the staff. Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to give public comment? It looks like we have exhausted our audience. So, any emails that we've received? We will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for discussion and a motion.
Mr. Chair. Oh, go ahead.
So I love the tenant relocation. I'm okay with the housing replacement plan. I'm uncomfortable with this extent of changes to how we do rezones. I think it opens something very broad, and I think that part of the change would be better considered. You know, City Council has indicated they are willing to end single-family zoning. We haven't seen the specifics of that, but I feel like the rezone, that would be better to defer to that conversation, because I'm not super comfortable with the community benefit statement.
Judy reminded me of my question in a roundabout way. So under the community benefit policy, one of the things is support for local businesses, and it's shifted from a question to a comment. One thing that I would like to see included is support for local businesses or charitable organizations. I think there's an opportunity here to also benefit nonprofit organizations and charitable organizations, and I'd, if possible, like to see that added. And I think it makes sense under local businesses, since many of them are also small businesses.
Maybe even add also community amenities such as daycare instead of just being businesses, a broader community benefit like that. I understand Commissioner Gent's discomfort with this, and I share a certain amount of discomfort. On the other hand, I'm really thrilled that we might have a section of our code about general plan and about the components of the general plan. And I am also thrilled about the possibility of actually asking for something from people who are coming before us, who are clearly going to benefit monetarily from a zoning change or a general plan amendment. Not that it's a quid pro quo, but that it seems like that the community really also needs to have some benefit from this potential. And I must, keep in mind that an applicant whose zoning amendment generally conforms to a neighborhood plan doesn't have to go through this. So it's not like somebody who's doing something we would probably already approve would need to do this. So I think I'm really in favor of forwarding this on to City Council with a couple of provisos of minor changes to community benefit, but also just understanding that this may be something that we would have to revise in a year or even less, because we know more about how it impacts the development, specific development projects within the city, and we would therefore make some tweaks to it.
My question is that this would change the way that we consider rezones, but the city council can consider rezones for whatever reason they want, right? Like they don't have to, they can rezone something based on anything.
So the city council has very, very broad discretion on any changes to ordinance or policies. So that's very true. And that's one reason why we use may instead of shall. It's very challenging for one city council to tie the hands of a future city council. And it's also very challenging to write something like this that can accommodate or address every potential scenario that might come up.
and that's why that language is used. So, you know, we initially, when this was part of the briefings that the city council held on Thriving in Place, we specifically asked the question as to whether they felt this type of policy should apply to only general plan amendments, or should it apply to zoning amendments too? And they were very specific that it should apply to both. So they want this to apply to both zoning map amendments and general plan amendments, even if a zoning map amendment doesn't require a plan amendment.
But this maybe helps to direct the applicant in the earlier processes when they're applying and negotiating with planning and then coming to planning commission.
Yeah.
Because then they have if they follow these rules, they're more likely to get a positive recommendation from us, which helps with the zone.
Yeah, what we feel like this is a best practice for this type of process, is to have those discussions starting at the beginning instead of at the end where they currently are happening. Yeah. And I would say that right now there's a very high percentage of zoning amendments or plan amendments that the city council is applying development agreements towards. In fact, I think most of them right now are getting some development agreement. Yeah. Part of that is because infill development is becoming more and more challenging, and you know, it's a tool that the city is authorized under state code to use to address those types of things. And so in that regard, I'm not sure that this is going to be that much different. There's a lot more work that's going to go into map amendments and general plan amendments, that's for sure. That's 100%. We know that.
By the planners before it comes to us?
By everybody.
In every step of the process?
Yep.
Yeah. A quick question about development agreements. Who actually writes those? Does the applicant write it? Does the legislature write it? Who writes it?
So we have a template agreement that we use in a lot of cases, and the applicant asks us if they can build a development agreement based on that. Generally, I instruct if I can do that. I've asked the city council staff to make sure that the petitioners know it's their obligation to draft a development agreement, or at least begin the drafting process, because I'm not getting paid by them, right? But it's a process, and there's some back and forth. And I imagine these development agreements will become a little more complex than the ones that we've been doing, where for the most part we're just requiring replacement units. So it's a process where the petitioner and the city attorney's office are working together to make sure that we're putting together an agreement that matches what the city council has directed us to do.
And I realize that we, by the time the development agreement is put together, our process is done here at Planning Commission. But as Ms. Short from Sugar House mentioned, there was one very big deal about one project where the applicant wanted to put an entrance of the building right here against the parking lot. And everybody in the community and all the planners, and it sounds like community council or city council, wanted there to also be an entrance on the roadside. And so the development agreement requires two entrances, one on the roadside. And it says that, we read it, they built an entrance and they have never opened it. It's never been unlocked. The windows are covered. And the civil enforcement answer is that it says there has to be an entrance, not that they have to unlock it. So the windows and doors are covered with paper, and it's not that development agreement did not accomplish the goal that was very clearly everyone's goal in every step of except it was very clearly the community's goal and planning commission's goal, and it seems like city council goal too. So that was a little bit frustrating when it comes to development agreements. And if development agreements are going to become more common, then maybe there needs to be a point where the community gets to feed back in and say, or something, or code enforcement needs to change or something. I mean, there's that didn't solve that problem at all.
I'll tell you, we learn from previous development agreements. Most of the time, I think we have a mutual understanding of what the performance is supposed to be by both parties. And sometimes that doesn't work. And, there's a lot of people here earlier tonight who are familiar with a development agreement we did pertaining to the Roland Hall School, the Mount Olivet Cemetery, and that was not a well put together development agreement. And I think it was kind of the first time we'd done something that particular way. And there were, I guess there were just some oversights. People didn't think through that. So, like I said, we learned from our previous ones, and if we find that on one particular development agreement, we didn't use the most descriptive language or something that gives us the best way to enforce, then I promise you we'll learn for the next time.
Part of that issue
cold comfort.
happens also because it happens at the very end, and we're often under the gun to get things done. And one of the benefits of doing this earlier in the process is that those things can be thought out, they can be discussed from the beginning, and the intent and direction and specificity needed can happen from the beginning.
Well, so maybe they should present their suggestion of a development agreement way earlier.
And that's why we are requiring them to provide written information about what their benefit is, so that can be used to help guide that and work on that language. And then once we have it in writing, it's a lot easier when there's more eyes on it to be able to discuss and review it and make sure that it meets the intent of the decision makers.
Yeah.
And so when we can get that information beforehand and it's gone through a vetting process, ultimately to the council, they can decide if it meets their intent and their need, and we can wordsmith it just like we do with text amendments, right? Like those go through all kinds of iterations based on the feedback, the department reviews, the planning commission, the city council, the attorney's office, sometimes even outside the city. So it is a better practice to do these types of things from the beginning than to wait until the end.
I can't echo that enough. I mean, there have been times when, and again, not to point the finger at anybody, where the city council sort of at the last minute has said, we're going to do a development agreement here. And they voted on an ordinance that way. And after the fact, I didn't know how to put together a development agreement that couldn't be enforced. So we had to undo. I'm thinking of one in particular. We had to undo. Earlier in the process is so much better.
I agree with that.
Can I make a
those
motion?
specific so the doors unlock.
Can I make a motion? Because it's 9 o'clock. Not that that matters. Based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission forward a recommendation to adopt this text amendment to the city council with a minor change to section 19.06.070C, which is a listing of the community benefits under 1B, providing commercial space for local businesses, and this would be in addition, including nonprofits, period.
Does nonprofits include large churches? Is that are big churches count as nonprofit?
Friendly amendment, I would say charitable organizations instead of nonprofit.
Those defined differently somewhere? Charitable organization versus
I would use charitable organization since it's defined.
That is defined.
That would be like a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Nonprofit's a broad bucket. Charitable organization is defined.
I like that one better.
Commissioner Scheer.
That's a friendly amendment, yeah.
Commissioner Scheer, also another friendly amendment is to change fees for payment as requested by staff. Thank you.
That's a friendly amendment.
I will second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Scheer and a second by Commissioner Bitten. Also just noting that Commissioner Gant has had to leave early. Any further discussion to the motion? We will go ahead and take a vote. Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten.
Yes.
Commissioner Santos Rivera.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. That passes unanimously. Let's take a 5-minute break. And let's come back at 9:15. ahead and resume. Our final item is a work session, work without a COA briefing. Case number PLN PCM 2023-00336. And our planner is Mayara Lima. Hopefully I pronounced your name right.
You did. Good job. All right, so hopefully this will be brief. So the briefing is a text amendment to address enforcement and the historic preservation overlay. And just to give you a little bit of an overview, this petition has been initiated by the administration to address the unlawful construction and demolition activities that could happen in the historic preservation overlay district. That basically means the work done without a certificate of appropriateness. And this text amendment is citywide and would affect the properties within the local historic districts, which are the areas highlighted in the map. The purpose of this briefing is to introduce the proposal to you, gather some feedback, and identify key issues, answer your questions. Just to give you background and let you know what the issue really is, I think we understand from the first presentation you guys had about the value of the historic districts. Historic designations are created by the City Council through a robust public process because those historic resources add value to the city. Each historic resource within a district add to that value of that district, so therefore those properties listed as contributing in a survey should be protected. The locations of our historic districts are mostly located in areas where there's a lot of development pressure. And a lot of times our current zoning and building code enforcement tools are ineffective in preventing issues with historic buildings or resolving violations on historic buildings. The reason being because unlike other structures, historic resources have an element of the authenticity. So the loss of a contributing resource is something irreversible. So on the picture to the right, you can see a building in Baltimore that was demolished over the weekend without permits. And a building of such quality here, deemed historic, once it's lost, it cannot be recreated. It has its uniqueness on the materials, the craftsmanship, and the cultural value in the construction itself. So losing that cannot be recreated. Losing a historic resource also impacts the historic district. As you can see on the picture on the left, Green Street in the Central City Local Historic District is an example of a maintaining integrity at a streetscape level that could be damaged if one of those buildings is lost. We are kind of lucky in Salt Lake City that we don't see a lot of those overnight demolitions. But we see often in the news issues happening in other cities. We have a few examples here for you to see. One is this 1912 home in Boise that was effectively demolished after work exceeded approval, leaving only the foundation and 3 walls. After permits were issued for addition, the property owner, ended up removing the roof and stripping down the house, and that's what was left. The Historic Commission decided to deny the demolition after that was done, so they had to put it together back to what it was, I believe. Then we have an example from this 1955 home in Florida, designed by a famous architect, that after the property owner obtained approval for a restoration plan, they exceeded the scope of work and ended up demolishing the house. The claim there was that the building could not be saved, but they denied the staff the opportunity to verify that that was actually true. So that is another irreversible loss there. The city of Troy in Ohio was also notified in the middle of the night of tearing down of a building. That building is sorry, I'm getting my notes here. That building was an early county courthouse for the city, and one of the 3 buildings interconnected to this helped liberated slaves by getting their paperwork documenting that they were free individuals. So that had a huge significance for the Black community. This case in particular is still in legal battle. The city wants the building to be repaired, and the property owner wants to continue demolition. Another example coming from Washington, D.C., and another example of work that exceeded the permitted work. This one, the city made them reconstruct, put it back to how it was. And then another example from New Orleans, where the developer started remodeling the building without permits and impacted the structural integrity of this historic building, and the building had to be demolished. The commission levied a $10,000 fine, which the development company promptly paid, because with the demolition, they were able to subdivide the lot, build 2 homes, and sell each of them for $1 million or more. So we found many examples in the state of Louisiana that fines were not enough to prevent this type of thing from happening. Then bringing back to Salt Lake City, I just wanted to explain to you and show how this would work for us. So in the first, on the top there, I have an example of what would happen if someone did an addition. So for the context, we have the first there, we have a house that is listed as contributing. The problem is someone decided to do an addition without getting a COA. The tools we have, we can issue a stop work order. They have to stop the work. We start fines until the issue is resolved. We also have the option to issue a certificate of non-compliance and record that against the title. That would make selling the property difficult. That will give notice to the next property owner, and it will also make refinancing difficult. But once a solution is found, and in this case, if the applicant comes and get a COA to return the property to original, or come back with a plan that meets the standards, and they eventually paid the fines, we remove the certificate of non-compliance and we move on. Well, in the case of a demolition, we have the context, we have that building, same building, property owner decides to demolish, we have the same tools. We put the stop work order, we have the fines, and we have the option for a certificate of non-compliance, except that we don't have a solution for that. The building was destroyed, we don't have the historic resource anymore. So what do we do now? Do we send them to the demolition process and look at it as if the building was still there? The building is not there. Do we reward the property owner and let them go easy and say, okay, we're going to approve your demolition because there is no demolition? Or do we even just say, well, go ahead and proceed with new construction, there isn't any building there anymore? Or do we take them to the process and deny the demolition? If we deny the demolition based on it being a contributing site, then it's also problematic, because then there is no future action and we're just stuck. So with this issue, we decided we need to create a more robust process to address unauthorized demolition in our local historic districts. We need to prevent and counter those types of violations, and we need to send a clear and consistent message about historic preservation in the city. Our current tools in Salt Lake City today are, we have the fines of $25 per violation per day for residential properties, and $100 per day per violation for other uses. Criminal penalty is limited by state code, and we can't exceed that. We right now are considering a separate text amendment to Title 18 that would increase some of the fines. That includes work without a COA would have a $250 fine that is new. We don't have any fee for that. An increased fee for boarded buildings an enhanced fee for boarded buildings that are contributing structures, having a fee for issuing stop work orders, and also increasing those per day per violation fines. So that's all new. It hasn't been decided yet. It's just something proposed in a separate text amendment. We didn't think that those tools were enough to be a deterrent of that type of work. So we looked at other cities to see what they were doing. And what we found is a lot of those cities use fines, they use moratoriums on future building permits, they require reconstruction of the building as it was, they limit the future size of the buildings, and you just kind of cap what the potential of development would be for that property. In the example of New Orleans, they got the state of Louisiana to support them and passed in 2022 an increase of the fine, which is that $25K that you see there. The $10K on that example of the demolition was what they had in the past, and that fine had been adopted in 1979, so it wasn't really effective. What these examples have in common is that they prevent the greater development potential that could occur, and they also make additional costs that are outside fines that would be potentially the cost of a reconstruction, and they try to respond with an unfavorable outcome to be a deterrent of that type of violation. Our proposed changes are to require reconstruction of the building after a demolition is done without a COA, so a certificate of appropriateness, of a contributing building or a landmark site. With that, we would also require that the property owner signs a restrictive covenant prior to that COA be issued that would legally acknowledge the required reconstruction, prohibit demolition, and major alterations of that reconstructed building for 25 years. That covenant would run with the land and would establish the terms of compliance. We would create specific section to address HLC enforcements within the historic overlay chapter, and would also amend other sections that are related to that type of enforcement. So we have an example here of a property that was reconstructed in the 1940s, decades after it was left to ruins. So it can be done. The text amendment is in line with city policies and plans. I'm not going to go over those. I think it was discussed already tonight with the first petition, but it is in line with Salt Lake City Community Preservation Plan and Plan Salt Lake. In the public process right now, we have sent out public notices. We have been holding a virtual open house, and we're now at the phase of the commission briefings. We have presented it to HLC, now presenting to you. After this briefing, we hope to refine the ordinance, and then later down the road, hold the public hearings with both Planning Commission and HLC, and take a recommendation to City Council for ultimate decision. And that is my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We will open it up to questions now.
Is there any statistical evidence of which one of the enforcement options tended to be the most effective in terms of protecting buildings in historic districts from being demolished or left to ruin?
I don't think we have any statistical evidence. I think they're all tailored to what they can do based on their state legislation, and the same for us. So we're trying to look at other cities and see what we could do in Utah. But yeah, we don't have that type of data.
Just to piggyback on that, I think the question then really becomes, what is it that we want to avoid, and then see. So I find reconstruction to be almost the best alternative because we don't want to lose that. Obviously, we're still going to lose the historic part. But then it's basically the city saying, we really don't want to lose that, so now you have to rebuild it. Instead of giving them other options in which they can benefit from. So I think that becomes an overarching question when we have absence of the type of data that Commissioner Tuttle was talking about. So I really prefer reconstruction, especially as preservationist, because if you're going to destroy it, then you better be able to rebuild it. You're going to do it without the proper permits in that one. So I like that part.
I think one important thing to know is the fines are tricky, right? We cannot put a value on the property. We don't know if it's a single family house, a tiny house, or if it's this building, right? Something amazing. So I don't think we can put a specific value to it. It also get into what the state allow us to charge as a fine. So yeah, the reconstruction is an alternative to that.
Oh yeah, the developer will find a value to it when they have to rebuild it.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that's a great way to go about it, in that you don't then get mired into that dilemma, and then the property owner or whoever did that will figure out the value as they have to reconstruct it.
I think this is, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like this is, you know, under LUDMA or undertakings or something might be considered, you know, not appropriate to require somebody to build a specific thing back. So I don't know if that is, I mean, how do we require them to do it? What if they just say, you know, and sit on it for the next 5 years? So, or 10,
And
or
they
20.
can. And they can. So when we say require, we wouldn't tell them they have to do it. We will say, okay, you want to do something with this land? This is what we're going to approve, a reconstruction. Otherwise, you can sit on this land and not develop it for the same amount of time.
Well, and again, is that not a taking if you can't build anything on it? Or, I mean, I know that this is probably not the right thing to discuss right now, but I just went through the planner commissioner training on takings, so I'm now a total expert. But total, thanks to the University of whatever that guy.
Takings is so much fun. I love talking takings.
It's really fun, isn't it? Yeah.
Excuse me. I don't believe this would be a taking because we're allowing you to use the property for what it was used for and intended prior to. And like Mayara said, we're not saying, go build this now. You have to build this. And that's some sort of indentured servitude problem, right? Where if we force you to do something, we're just like, you want a building permit? It's got to look like what it used to look like. And when we talk about takings, it's we've removed all economic ability for you to benefit from the property. That's not true. You can have what you had before.
Well, we're kind of requiring them to lose money on the property, actually.
They made a choice. I mean, it's a really harsh reality. Yeah. Alternatively, we can't reward people for breaking the law.
Do we have any examples of this in Salt Lake City, Utah?
We have examples of people exceeding the scope of the work that they got approved for. And we've had people ask us about what would happen if they suddenly lost their house. And we get that question mark. Obviously, we can't just be like, yeah, nothing. We're just going to say, well, there is enforcement. So that's the cause. That's why we're here, because we've heard from people that that's a possibility.
And we can't just put them in jail. Is that right?
I have a question.
sorry.
Mayara, are there any examples of how the current $50 fine has been somewhat efficient or effective at deterring people from non-complying? Since we're gonna go up to $100, I just wonder, like,
No, it's per day per violation, and it could exceed the $100. So $25 per day indefinitely until they resolve. The thing is, at a certain point, they can negotiate that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Paul. They can negotiate that value, and that is sometimes reduced more than
It happens.
more
We have
often than not.
we have a fines hearing officer who has the authority to adjust fines.
okay. I just wondered the efficacy or the efficiency of that fine. Like, does it help deterring people? I mean, I would want to think that it's a yes, right? That it would deter people from non-complying. But is that's the case here in Salt Lake City, or do you feel that people do have those deep pockets that they can just like hold on to that property for 5 years, and the big developers here who can definitely afford that? So I just wonder, like, is that effective enough to deter people from non-compliant, or are there any examples of the $25 per day has been any effective in the past to deter that non-compliance issue?
I think on its own, it's probably not, and that's why we have the other tools like issuing the certificate of non-compliance. So I don't think on its own is very effective. Also because they can negotiate at the end too.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the $100 is great. I will even do like $200 a day if I could. But that's just like what I think about it. Like, it's really good. I like the other avenues that the city can use.
Right. And the issue with the fines, like you were saying, it could be just put into it the cost of business, you know, depending on what it is and depending how much money they can make out of it. That's just the cost of business.
This is really cool. I like it.
So I've owned a couple of landmark properties in my life, and it would be so much cheaper for me to demolish it and rebuild it with modern bathrooms and modern kitchen and modern heating and plumbing facilities. And does this not encourage that?
Sorry, I think I missed the actual question.
If I have a little historic house and I'm looking at it going, this is going to be like twice as expensive to retrofit this house in an appropriate way than it would be to just demolish it and rebuild it so it looks the same on the outside. It would be less expensive. I'm going to get a whole new kitchen and new heating and blah blah blah. I mean, I'm just concerned that this actually might, as a remedy for tearing something down, that this might actually encourage somebody to do that, because that's the remedy. I just have to build another one just like it, only now with modern bathrooms and modern kitchens.
Right. I don't know that. I mean, I don't know the numbers, and I don't know that would pencil out for everybody. I guess that's a risk, but at the point that we're at right now, like if you do that to your building, then we have nothing.
Right. No, I agree. And the other question I have, and probably the Landmarks Commission is better able to judge this, but I thought that one of the Secretary's standards was not to imitate a historic building.
And we understand that, and I think that was the hardest part for us in the beginning of this research is I think all the staff was like, I don't think we want reconstruction. But at the end is our hands are tied to get anything back. We already lost the resource. We're not going to get anything back. So at least we can put tools in place that will be a deterrent, and that will be the cost of rebuilding and building something that's not actually probably what they want at the end. If that makes sense.
Another thing that we saw some cities do in terms of the reconstruction requirements, instead of requiring like a replica, I guess you could say, of the historic structure that was torn down, they just limit the potential. So it has to be, the exact same height, or, have the same number of bedrooms or something like that, rather than has to be completely reconstructed to that same historic look of the previous house. We understand, the new structure is not going to be a contributing resource anymore. But it's just really as a deterrent, because most people tearing down their house, I would think, are doing it because of the development potential that they have on their property without their house. In terms of like updating bathrooms or heating elements or those types of things, the historic overlay, just as a reminder, doesn't regulate any interior aspects of the property.
All I'm saying is that you might find that, having lived in a historic house and knowing what trouble it is to live in a historic, it's very difficult to live in a historic house, you know, with a 200-year-old or 100-year-old heating system and
Plaster
100-year-old
walls
and
yeah.
100-year-old bathrooms and plaster.
Right. I live in a historic house, so I am familiar with some of those
So you understand the
aspects.
concept of structural wallpaper, things like that. It just keeps the plaster on the wall.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, and then they're beautiful and they're wonderful on the inside, but it's very expensive to maintain them in some ways. So if we allow what you said, the second one, which is, you know, just keeping the sort of general shape, size, height, conditions, that's probably more authentic than a reconstruction. No, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Sorry.
No, that's a good point.
Can I ask how you came up with the 5 years? Is that a state law or a limitation for the, I think, certificate of non-compliance was limited to 5 years? Is that, am I misremembering?
I don't remember 5 years.
Yeah, is like Philadelphia's rule.
Oh, here? The moratorium?
Or Pasadena's.
Yeah, Pasadena. I'm sorry, I
Oh.
got them conflated.
So the one we have is 25 years. Is that or maybe what you're referring to? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be in the covenant requiring that they would not demolish or make major alterations for 25 years. Do you know where the 25-year came from?
I actually don't know where the 25-year mark came from, but we can definitely look more into that. I think part of that is also there would just be a limit of the 25 years. So if somebody decided, you know what, I'm just not going to reconstruct, I'm not going to go through this process, I don't care if, you know, you don't issue anything other than reconstruction, I'm just going to sit here for 25 years. I think that was taken into consideration of the amount that they would lose from that.
Yeah.
And then the reconstructed building, if they wanted to pay enough money to reconstruct this building and then demolish it in 25 years, well, I guess, you know, that's kind of their prerogative. But we can look more into the time frame and see what other cities are doing in terms of requirements to retain either the structure or the limitations on redevelopment.
Yeah, I would just think that the main leverage that we have would be the development potential of the land. So as long of a timeline as we can do, that will disincentivize tearing anything down. And we've talked a lot about like the kind of extreme example of someone tearing an entire building down. What about for more minor things, or is this just meant for full demolitions?
I think we have a pretty good grasp on minor alterations. So like in the little example I had, we are able with our current standards, and we can look into making it more robust, but with our current standards, we are able to require them to return that. The issue is when it's demolished, then if the building is listed as contributing now, we don't have a building to list as anything.
In that first case, in this illustration here, is it still a contributing structure if they reconstruct the second floor, or is it now not?
This is kind of a extreme thing, but it depends on the scope of work.
Because if they don't want to have a contributing structure, can they change it by overstepping their scope of work?
Do you want to go over that? So
Just in terms of
alterations.
requiring,
Yeah,
like,
irreversible changes to a building and bringing it back.
yeah, so if somebody were to do something that's reversible, we still look at their process through an enforcement aspect as if they haven't done it. So, for example, a lot of the enforcement cases we see are somebody's painted their brick and it was unpainted. That is something that they can, you know, they'll go to the commission, ask for approval for, it gets denied, they're required to remove that paint. In the case of somebody that, let's say, changed the roof line like this without approvals, they would likely be required to reinstate that. If it was so far beyond the ability to be reinstated from that, it would likely become non-contributing, which is another issue in terms of rewarding bad behavior, because there are different requirements for contributing buildings versus non-contributing buildings and the ability to demolish.
Yeah.
So just the overall enforcement aspects being added into the overlay are also an important component of this.
And that would, like the changes that you're considering now would address that situation where they do
Yes.
something purposefully to move it from contributing to non-contributing.
Yes, and would add in fines specifically for doing illegal work in the overlay.
How do these rules and fines and stuff like that you're considering compare to doing illegal work on houses that are not in the H zone, on just regular houses?
I think right now those are the $25 a day per residential, and then I think it's $50 for non-residential. And we're proposing to increase those from 25 to 50 for residential and 50 to 100 for non-residential. And that's part of a different text amendment, but related to what we're talking about tonight.
And if I tear down my house without permission, it's not historical. It's old, but it's not. It's got no papers. What is there already a way to enforce? I have to pay $25 a day till I build a new house, or
until you retroactively get permits for the work.
Oh.
So the difference with
I
the
probably
historic,
can get permits.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's an easy, just a request.
There's also fines issued by the state of Utah for not getting the appropriate air quality permits for demolition.
I'm not going to do it.
I'm just saying, theoretically, if you did.
You did sound like you were telling her, don't do it.
Do it.
But in terms of zoning regulation, we don't regulate the demolition of properties that are outside of the H overlay, so outside of the local district or not landmark sites zoning. But yes, there are fines.
And you can't just throw them in jail, right? There's a limit to how much criminal.
As much as we'd sometimes like to, we can't just throw them in jail. It'd be fun,
Because
though.
the state says we can't. We can't just make a Salt Lake rule, like you'll get thrown in jail.
The maximum fine, I mean, technically we could. And when you say just throw them in jail, there's a process, right? You can be charged with a Class C misdemeanor.
I'm not going to do it.
I know. I mean, there's a public record now, Amy.
I'm not going to kidnap someone.
There's a public record. I mean,
From HGTV to Cops, I'm so confused
Right.
what show we're watching now.
right. So I mean, it's possible, but then you also have to get a prosecutor who's willing to prosecute somebody for a wrongful demolition. So just don't do it. Just don't do it.
If you're watching this, don't do it. I think this is lovely, and I'm glad that you guys are looking at this from a compliance aspect. Just because I do think that a lot of developers do have a lot of big pockets, and they can definitely get away with a lot of these things. So yeah, I'm really happy with this.
Does civil enforcement would they do these things too? They do the fines and the get back. So I would like to make, let's give civil enforcement more money, more employees. If they're going to be enforcing more things, like they already need more.
The city council is actually in the process of doing that right now.
Let's do it. I'll vote for that.
Well, I agree that this is it's a terrible thing. Imagine one of those Princeton houses being torn down, just willy-nilly after we got into the trouble of creating a landmark district. And I'm not completely certain this is the way to go, because I am still concerned about reconstruction or imitation of it's a sincere imitation, but still a major imitation. I mean, am I going to use the same bad windows? Am I going to use the same, I mean, there's a lot of questions I have about materials and methods of construction, but I know materials, but what about methods? am I going to not, and I mean, how is that kind of be determined by the Landmarks Commission or, but how they have to reconstruct it? So there's some questions I have about things like that we might want to think about as we go forward with this. Just how do you determine what an appropriate reconstruction is? What if the brick's no longer available, which is possible? Materials are no longer available, or there's a superior replacement for it, or it's flammable in a way that is not considered contemporary, or it's not accessible in a way that's not, and it's so there are just so many questions that would have to be answered in terms of how you would reconstruct a project.
Right. Thanks.
Well, it looks like we have no further discussion, and thank you.
One item, Mr. Chair, is when is our next meeting reminder?
Oh, yes. Can we get clarification on when our next meeting will be?
When it will be?
Yes.
It's on the November 29th.
Thank you. We will go ahead and adjourn then. Thanks, everyone.